Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection. And our time for reflection leader today is Ellie Craig, Chair and Member of the Scottish Youth Parliament.
Bring the final time for reflection today. A few weeks ago, I was here in the Chamber filming a podcast with the presiding officer as part of her legacy work. Next month, I will have served as a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament for 7 years, and in around 6 months, my term as chair and time as an MSYP will come to an end. So preparing for today's speech got me reflecting on what I would like my own legacy to be. I was first elected to the Scottish Youth Parliament when I was only 15. Back then, I had little confidence in myself. As a young carer for my mum, who seemed to be balancing a lot more responsibility than my peers, I often felt isolated and like no one understood what I was going through. And just after the pandemic, in 2021, I lost my mum, Anne. I was only 17, was just leaving high school and trying to figure out where I fit in the world. Without the support of youth work services, I don't quite know if I would have survived. Now, in 2026, as chair of the democratically elected voice of Scotland's young people, decision makers and those in power often ask me what I think of the problems around community and social cohesion. My response is always the same. There is a lack of support for young people when the world around us seems to be crumbling. Members in this chamber voted unanimously to incorporate the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child into legislation. As an MSYP, I'm incredibly proud that in Scotland we have made it a legal right for young people to meet with their peers, to join groups and organisations, to play and to learn. Yet this has not stopped the disinvestment in youth work services, which is having a detrimental impact on young people's education, employment and mental health. And this impact is not felt equally. For me and many other young people from seldom heard groups, support from youth work services is essential. These spaces allow young people, to make friends, to build skills and to make change in our communities. Behind these youth work services are youth workers. They're often unthanked, uncelebrated and underpaid. But I can safely say that without the support and encouragement of a number of different youth workers over the years, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. I stand here as a product of great youth work. The opportunities to use my voice that so often went unheard has allowed me to succeed. Every single young person in Scotland deserves to have access to the support that they need, not only to survive, but to thrive. Not because it's a nice to have, but because we made it their right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Our next item of business is topical questions. At question number 1, I call Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to recent findings by the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service that 29 babies have died as the result of co-sleeping in Scotland in the last 2 years.
Minister Jenny Minto.
The loss of a baby is a tragic and traumatic event that has a profound impact and is something that no family should have to endure. I extend my condolences to every family who has experienced the loss of a baby or child. While sudden unexpected deaths in infancy are invariably complex and there could be many reasons for these deaths, any death is one too many. I am clear that families must be provided with up-to-date evidence-based information to enable them to make informed choices when taking care of their sleeping baby. That is why we refreshed our Safer Sleep for Babies resources in June 2023 and again in September 2024 to ensure families have the most up-to-date information possible. I urge all parents with babies and small children to follow this guidance.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for that answer? Recommended guidance is that the safest place for a baby to sleep is in their own separate cot. But it's really important that women are supported to make informed decisions around co-sleeping, particularly in those early stages of a newborn's life when parents and carers may be tired, lack some sleep and rest. So does the Government believe that current advice and support is sufficiently publicised in a way that is helping women make those informed choices?
Minister.
I thank Carol Mochan for her question, and she is right to point out the advice that is available. And as a result of the correspondence that I've had with Ruth Charteris, I have asked my officials to write to all health boards to ensure that they point out that these resources are available to healthcare workers that are working with supporting families of newborn babies.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for that. That's a very helpful answer. I understand that advice and guidance is regularly updated, and I wondered whether the Scottish Government can advise whether they know of any further research being carried out on co-sleeping, and could the Minister tell us how we could ensure that Scotland stays up to date with that latest research and guidance?
Minister.
I thank Carol Mochan. As I indicated, I received correspondence from Ruth Charteris, and that letter specifically highlighted the importance of having a compassionate and caring conversation around this. So, from the perspective of the Scottish Government, we base our advice on evidence. We have worked with the leading baby loss charity, the Lullaby Trust, and it shows 90% of parents bed share with their baby at some point. So it is so important that we do ensure that this guidance is kept up to date and is as supportive as it can be for families.
Question number 2, Sharon Dowey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reported comments by the Fire Brigades Union that years of real terms budget reductions have left the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service creaking, and that proposed workforce reductions would increase the risk to community safety, particularly following the recent fire in Glasgow.
Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I echo the First Minister's recognition of the Service's response to the Union Corner fire. We recognise the vital role that Scottish Fire Rescue Service in keeping our communities safe, and we remain committed to sustaining that capability. The 2026 to 2027 budget provides an additional £23.8 million, taking the total funding to £436 million, demonstrating our continued support for SFRS to deliver the high standard of services required to keep Scotland safe. We are aware of the concerns that have been raised by the Fire Brigade Union about long-term pressures facing the service, and our focus has always been on community safety and protecting frontline services. SFRS's evidence-based service delivery review will align resources to modern risks and demands, ensuring that they are directed where needed, and we will continue to discuss its further funding requirements.
Sharon Dowey.
I thank the Minister for that answer. The devastating fire on Union Street in Glasgow once again demonstrated the extraordinary professionalism and bravery of Scotland's firefighters. However, we've heard deeply concerning warnings from the FBU that years of real-term budget cuts have left the fire service creaking. 1,250 firefighter posts cut since the creation of the National Fire Service, 10 high-lift appliances cut, an ageing fleet with only one new fire engine coming into service in the last 2 years, fire stations closed and 18 without running water, and the list goes on. It's noticeable that the Fire Service Review has been kicked into the long grass until after the May elections. So can I ask the Minister, with all these cuts, how can the public have confidence that community safety will not be compromised?
Minister.
Thank you. It is right that the service review is about the SFRS identifying the optimal service to keep communities across Scotland safe in the future to address the changes of risk. The emergency that SFRS responds to have changed significantly over the years. For example, dwelling fires have reduced by over 20% since 2013, and the statistics also show a 33% reduction in non-fatal fire casualties between 2009 and 10 to 23-24, and 32% reduction in fatal fire casualties over the same period. The SFRS Chief Officer would not make any changes to operations that would put the public at an unacceptable level of risk.
Sharon Dowey.
I note the Minister's response, but it will be of little reassurance to firefighters on the ground who are being asked to do more with less. Firefighters have been clear. Fewer firefighters, fewer appliances and longer response times. None of these things logically result in safer communities. In response to the Minister's article in our local press, the FBU said, and I quote, "The Minister's call for improved fire safety at a time when she is overseeing a service being systematically stripped of jobs and firefighting capacity shows she is in complete denial about what is going on in the service she is responsible for." So can I ask the Minister, is she in complete denial about the effects of her SNP government cuts to the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service?
Minister.
Absolutely not. I'd just like to highlight to the member the reduction of firefighters' numbers since 2013 is not because of cuts. Forming a single national service reduced duplication and allowed SFRS to protect frontline services while reducing duplication. We will continue to work with the SFRS to assess the impact on possible pressures on the budget for 2026 to 2027 to ensure that services levels remain maintained.
Pauline McNeill.
The centralisation of the Fire and Rescue Service was not just about duplication, it was about much more than that, because in 2023, 166 firefighters were cut from the service and temporary withdrawal of 10 fire appliances. So that is not the case to say that it's simply about duplication. Colin Brown of the FBU wrote to the First Minister last week, and he said that it's impossible to accept the argument that fewer firefighters, fewer stations, fewer pumping appliances and longer response times will somehow make our communities safe. And the Criminal Justice Committee heard not just from the union, but the management are concerned about this budget's impact. So I asked the First Minister, do you think it's right that the board will make a decision in June, when this Parliament will only have just been elected? I think it will result in the burying of bad news. Surely the Minister would share my concerns here. And does she not think that it's time to shift that decision, at least till the Parliament settles in, and we can have a proper look to see the impact of this budget on our Fire and Rescue Service?
Minister.
Thank you. As I said to the other member, the Chief Officer has said they will not make any changes to operations that will put the public at any unacceptable level of risks. With the service delivery review, it is right that they take their time to go through. They had over 3,000 responses, and they are taking their time to go through the decisions. And it is up to the SFRS are the experts in this, and we should allow them to take the decisions on how the service should best be configured.
Maggie Chapman.
Thank you. Across Scotland, pardon me. Across Scotland, people will share the FBU's concern for the service given the fire in Glasgow. They will have noted the skilled and dedicated work of the firefighters that attended that awful scene. We must have a well-resourced fire service that can respond to ever-changing urban and rural environments. But there is uncertainty about the future of many fire stations, including Belmossy in my region. Workers and communities have waited too long to hear what will happen to their local station and staff. When will this uncertainty end, and when will firefighters and the communities they work to keep safe know what their future in terms of firefighting safety be?
First Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So we do not have a definite date for the service delivery review, but as I said to Pauline McNeill, the SFRS are taking their time to go through the consultation responses. This isn't a short-term plan. This is going to be implemented over the next 5 years.
Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Minister what specific analysis has been conducted on the potential change in response times for north-east of the City of Edinburgh, should the proposed closure of Marionville Fire Station proceed?
Minister.
Thank you. That is an operational decision and analysis that will come from Scottish Fire Rescue Service with their service delivery review. SFRS does continue to respond to every emergency incident with the appropriate level of resources, and I thought that we saw that was quite evidenced with over 250 firefighters at the fire in Glasgow just a few weeks ago.
Thank you. Question number 3, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what steps it is taking to protect people receiving and awaiting social care packages in light of recent reports that industry leaders are warning that home care services are heading towards, and I quote, catastrophic breakdown.
Minister Tom Arthur.
Presiding Officer, we are working to improve the outcomes of people who either need or receive social care No one in Scotland should have to wait for crucial care and support. It is the responsibility of local authorities, NHS boards and integrated health and social care partnerships to have in place clear arrangements for the delivery, commissioning, management and monitoring of social care. The current social care support system is under pressure as a result of Brexit, increased demand, restrictive UK government migration policies, the increase to national insurance contributions and the cost of living. It needs to work better for everyone in Scotland, and we will continue to work with partners and people with lived experience to make sure that happens.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
But, Presiding Officer, we have known about the challenges which the Minister has just rehearsed for us for the 5 years that this Parliament has sat, and all the while that crisis in social care is feeding through to a crisis in our NHS. It's no wonder that the report submitted to Ministers by Lynn Loughland, who is Chair of HRM Home Care Services, revealed that 40,000 weekly hours of care were being missed or not being met. And it led her to say these are not administrative backlogs, they are measurable consequences of a system operating beyond sustainable capacity. This is a sector on its knees. It's been on its knees for the better part of this Parliament, and this government has been found wanting. What, in the dying days of this Parliament, will his government do to help social care in this country?
Minister.
Can I thank Mr Cole-Hamilton for this supplementary question, and also recognise the constructive engagement of Ms Loughland. With regards to what has been achieved over this Parliament, one key point I would wish to highlight to members is the increase in resource. This government committed to an increase in social care resource of 25%. Not only was that met ahead of the end of Parliament, but it has been exceeded by in the region of £500 million. But of course, that has taken place at a time when we have had an unparalleled pressure generated through the cost of living crisis. And we all remember the eye-watering inflation rates we have had to contend with, which has impacted upon every individual, every household, every business, including those operating in social care, and indeed every facet of the public sector. With regards to the specific measures that have been taken at the end of this Parliament, I would draw the members' attention to the announcement I made last week, which is that the Government will commit now to the introduction of sectoral bargaining for financial year 27-28, which I think in and of itself represents a significant step forward in improving the terms, conditions, pay and, of course, resource overall into social care.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
But, Presiding Officer, pay in social care right now is woefully inadequate. Those aren't my words. They are the words of Donald McCaskill, who's the Chief Executive of Scottish Care. And let me quantify for the Chamber what this means. For those 40,000 hours of unmet need in our communities, 2,000 Scots have to stay in hospital every night, well enough to go home but too frail to do so without a care package in their own home. That costs the NHS £1.3 million a day, whereas it costs, we know, a quarter of that to sustain them in their own homes for, with a care package. All of that causes an interruption in flow, causing cancelled operations, ambulances stacking outside A&E. When will this government finally recognise the words of Donald McCaskill, that he says he is frustrated that the Scottish Government just doesn't take social care seriously? Minister.
Well, can I put on record my sincere gratitude to Donald McCaskill and all Scottish Care for their continued engagement and the valued insights that they provide. It's been my pleasure to have regular engagement with Mr McCaskill and his team throughout my tenure as Minister. With regards to the issue of pay, that's why I make a point with regards to sectoral bargaining, and that's absolutely crucial. As a member will appreciate, across social care there is differentiation, whether one is under Agenda for Change, Scottish Joint Committee, or within the independent sector, which is exactly why sectoral bargaining has been brought forward after much careful work and deliberation with providers, including Scottish Care, CCPS, trade union colleagues and indeed engagement with local government as well. Of course, we have delivered the real living wage for those involved in directly commissioned services in adult social care. That's £12.60 this year. That will go up to £13.45 from April of this year. That represents significant investment, but we have an opportunity to build upon that in the next parliamentary session through the sectoral bargaining that I've previously mentioned.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. 1,036 Glaswegians are currently on a waiting list for social care assessment by the Council, the highest total in just under 2 years. Yet while waiting list numbers are increasing, the sector is now facing a critical crisis where social care providers have been told to deliver a pay increase but without the extra funding to meet it. Lynn Loughland, the Chief Executive of HRM Home Care Services, has said that we are now in a situation where care providers are having to hand back work because they can't afford to run their services. This is surely not acceptable. So will the Minister accept that this is a direct result of this Government's decision, and will they aim to bridge this financial shortfall before we end up in a self-defeating situation where social care providers reduce staff levels and cut capacity?
Minister.
Well, I would draw the members' attention to the additional resource that was agreed through the budget process within Parliament. But I would recognise that social care providers are under significant pressure. We know, for example, that as a consequence of the UK Labour Government's decision to increase employers' national insurance contribution, it is estimated that it's costing the social care sector in Scotland to the tune of £84 million this year. So, of course, there are a range of factors that are impacting upon the delivery of social care, and indeed resourcing is a key component of that. That is why we have seen a significant uplift in investment into social care over this parliamentary session, and why we have committed to sectoral bargaining to ensure that the terms, conditions and remuneration for social care workers can be enhanced and improved going forward.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. I'll allow a moment or two for front benches to organise for the next item. The next item of business is a statement by Gillian Martin on Scotland's Climate Change Plan 2026 to 2040. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to be able to lay the final version of our climate change plan before Parliament today, after many months of constructive engagement with the public, Parliament and stakeholders. And I want to begin by thanking everyone who has taken the time to speak to us and respond to our consultation, which has strengthened the plan. This is Scotland's pathway to net zero and outlines the action that we will take to meet our first 3 carbon budgets, targets that this Chamber agreed last year. But it's more than a plan to meet our moral and statutory obligations. The Climate Change Plan is our route map to realising the economic and social gains for the people across the whole of Scotland as part of a fair and just transition. And we simply cannot hang about. Scotland faces global competition if we don't grab the opportunities for economic growth through the first mover advantages outlined in this plan. Others most certainly will. I and this Government are absolutely up for this challenge. We've already seen what can happen when we take decisive action. In the renewables industry, the ONS estimates that there are over 35,000 jobs directly in Scotland's low-carbon and renewable energy sector. Scotland's also seen the largest percentage increase in turnover in this sector of any UK nation, rising from £5.5 billion in 2015 to £13.3 billion in 2024. And this has not happened by chance. It's the result of years of policy certainty and ambition from this Government. The CCP highlights the potential of growth areas ranging from renewables to heat networks to the circular economy, and sets out our commitment to increase investment in areas that will simultaneously decarbonise Scotland and improve lives. In rural Scotland, people are already benefiting from investment in peatland restoration, tree planting, including job creation, community resilience, enhanced biodiversity and improvements in the natural environment.
This is alongside the contribution that many farmers, crofters and other land managers are making on climate action. To further support these communities and our unique natural environment, today we'll also publish our first environment strategy. This is designed to create an integrated framework for environment and climate policies, while harnessing the powerful synergies between the health of our environment and the well-being of Scotland's people and the success of our economy. We've also today published our circular economy strategy, which underpins delivery of our climate goals by cutting the amount of waste produced in Scotland and managing our resources more sustainably to reduce emissions. Together with the Climate Change Plan and environment strategy, this will support us in becoming a net zero and nature positive nation by transitioning towards a circular economy with sustainable levels of material use. Presiding Officer, in finalising the Climate Change Plan, we commissioned research from the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute on the wider socio-economic impacts of the plan, and they estimated almost £8 billion of co-benefits, particularly from the public health benefits of physical activity from active travel and reductions in conditions caused by harmful air pollution. But despite all of these co-benefits and opportunities, this plan also acknowledges the inconvenient truth of our age. The most dangerous and expensive choice is not to take any action at all. And don't just take my word for it. The Scottish Fiscal Commission, the Office for Budget Responsibility and the Climate Change Committee have all presented evidence that the cost of inaction far outweighs the necessary cost of investing in net zero policies and action. And that's a stark warning. As the current situation in the Middle East has shown, we must reduce our exposure to geopolitical shocks by shifting to more secure, domestically based, renewable energy systems. Decisions by this SNP government have increased the amount of electricity generated in Scotland from low-cost renewable sources, have put Scotland in a more energy-secure position. And despite this, it remains the case that the electricity price that people must pay is too often set by high-cost gas. It continues to be absolutely absurd that decisions taken at Westminster by successive Labour and Tory governments have left Scottish consumers and communities exposed. For me, the answer is clear. Scotland's energy wealth should, right now, be protecting people here in Scotland. But we're also clear that Scotland has obligations abroad to communities in the Global South who are disproportionately affected by climate change. And today, I can confirm that we will provide £7.5 million of funding in the next financial year towards climate justice projects in Malawi, Zambia and Rwanda, building on the successes of previous programmes to deliver locally led solutions that centre the needs of women, youth and people with disabilities. This funding demonstrates the Scottish Government's commitment to international development, and we are proud of the role that Scotland plays on the international stage. Presiding Officer, the final climate change plan has been strengthened through our engagement with the public, Parliament and stakeholders. I'm grateful to the over 500 individuals and organisations who responded to the public consultation and to the nearly 2,000 people who took part in over 100 events in our public engagement programme across Scotland. We will continue to engage with the public as we deliver on the plan. And to support this, I'm pleased to announce today that we'll be funding 8 organisations through our Climate Engagement Fund in 2026 to 27 to engage a range of audiences across Scotland, from Argyll to Aberdeenshire, in innovative and inspiring ways. Alongside this, I'm also announcing £250,000 for the Climate Action Schools programme to support children and young people to learn about and take action on climate change. Yesterday, I visited Dronley Woods in Angus to see the excellent work happening on the ground through the Angus Climate Hub, part of our national network of climate hubs. These hubs will continue their work supporting communities to tackle and adapt to the changing climate, with £6 million of funding for the next year. And with Scotland's climate already changing, we're accelerating climate adaptation. This year, £1 million will support councils, community groups and businesses through the Adaptation Scotland programme to strengthen their climate resilience. The Climate Ready Regions initiative will continue to identify regional priorities to reduce risks from flooding, coastal erosion, extreme heat and water scarcity. Together, this demonstrates the importance this government places on empowering communities to take action on climate change. Presiding Officer, I am grateful to colleagues across the Chamber for their engagement on the draft plan. We received scrutiny reports from 4 parliamentary committees. A further 6 offered evidence to the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee, and I was pleased to give evidence to the committee in February, following evidence sessions undertaken by my Cabinet colleagues in their portfolios, and to take part in the NZ-led debate on the plan earlier this month. We have considered every recommendation from each committee and made changes in crucial areas of the plan. We have responded to the call for more information on delivery by setting out how we will design implementation, working with partners on getting the right mechanisms in place, alongside our robust early warning monitoring system. Our delivery approach will be agile, pivoting to corrective action if needed and taking advantage of new opportunities. We have also responded to requests for more information on the methodologies used to evaluate policies and costs, with a significantly expanded analytical annex. And as I have already set out, we have given much more detail about the benefits and the co-benefits of this plan. Presiding Officer, in closing, I want to be clear that the Scottish Government cannot deliver the plan alone. It is Scotland's climate change plan. We need people, communities and businesses to work with us on this shared national endeavour. We also need Parliament to work with us to deliver these policies. There is no denying that we are witnessing a concerning rise in anti-climate rhetoric. But this plan has proven the economic and social case for action. And those of us who believe in the need for climate action, the science behind it, the economic imperative I have outlined, must stand firm against those willfully disruptive and egregious voices. Just this week, we have seen a new warning from the UN that the last 11 years were the Earth's warmest on record. But we shouldn't need any more warnings. The science is clear. We need to act, so it's essential that Parliament works together to deliver this plan and reach net zero with all the benefits that will bring. This is a national challenge that Scotland must win, because the prize is not only a healthier climate, but warmer homes, cleaner air and happier, more equitable and prosperous communities. Thank you.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. I would be grateful if members who wish to speak to put a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I call on Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. Back in November, I criticised the draft climate plan for being yet another SNP propaganda pamphlet, which was heavy on rhetoric and light on detail, and the full plan is more of the same. With just one day to go before Parliament ends, we have been presented with more uncosted SNP proposals, which will make hard-working Scots poorer, and we still have no energy strategy. At a time when household bills across the country are rising, it makes no sense to slap on additional costs by forcing Scots to rip out their gas boilers and abandon their petrol cars while sending more taxpayer money abroad. Instead, we should be drilling in the North Sea so that we are less reliant on carbon-intensive imports from foreign countries and support households to make the changes that work for them. So will the Cabinet Secretary apologise for finding the time to jet set all over the world while failing to bring forward an energy strategy? And when will the Cabinet Secretary come forward with more detail on the cost of the policies included in this plan, so she can finally be honest with Scots about how much this plan will cost them?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I mentioned some of the voices that are out there against climate action, and I need no further demonstration of a type of voice than Douglas Lumsden. The climate change plan sets out a fair and ambitious pathway to meeting our first 2 carbon budgets. It drives £42 billion in direct financial benefits and cost savings for households, businesses and government, from more cost-effective transport systems, more efficient heating and wider support to decarbonise industry. It will also, as I have mentioned, and this is an independent report, provide over £8 billion in co-benefits, including through improvements in population health, from active travel, warmer homes, cleaner air. It creates and sustains thousands of jobs across a range of sectors in all parts of the country, from our renewables industry, which Douglas Lumsden is not interested in supporting, to jobs restoring peatland and planting trees, which help farmers and crofters diversify their incomes. It works together with the environmental strategy and circular economy. And I will continue, if I am lucky enough to be back here, and lucky enough to still be doing this job, to deliver on this plan. And that will include working globally with other subnational governments and national governments who understand the fundamental challenge of our time is decarbonisation.
Thank you. I call Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I also want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance notice of her statement, and to thank all the stakeholders who gave their views about how the draft climate change plan should be strengthened. I agree with the Cabinet Secretary's reference to yesterday's warning that climate change is now accelerating and will negatively impact on people's lives. For example, the 400,000 homes and buildings now at risk of flooding. It is crucial that the next Scottish Government has strong leadership and focuses on delivery, whether it's ensuring people get support to make their homes warm and energy efficient, and with solar, heat pumps and heat networks, so they've got affordable, accessible buses they can rely on, links to our railways, investment in our land to restore our peatlands, a joined-up approach to food production, biodiversity, and ensuring councils and communities have the financial support to deliver community heat and power projects that will transform their lives. So what is new in the final plan? Would the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that the next Parliament needs to change how we scrutinise implementation, because this has not enabled proper parliamentary scrutiny today, and we've not heard from the Cabinet Secretary which recommendations have now been included in the plan, and we need to see an urgent focus on implementation, because will the Cabinet Secretary agree that a key message from those who gave evidence to the Net Zero Committee, to other parliamentary committees, was that it's all about delivery, and the draft plan did not go far enough?
Cabinet Secretary.
So we've taken on the recommendations for a number of committees, particularly on the monitoring and evaluation approach in the final plan. We need to ensure that where we're clear that the delivery is on track and where we can take further action where needed, but also where there might be areas that are slipping. And I think I set out in my statement some of the ways. It's in one of the annexes that's significantly improved in terms of the detail that's in there as well. We've also set out greater detail on our methodology in the climate change plan, provide that greater transparency on the key assumptions and dependencies within the plan. But Sarah Boyack's absolutely right, and that's where constructive criticism comes in. A constructive criticism that recognises all the things that in the plan that we need to do. And it's absolutely right that we are scrutinised on the delivery of that. The delivery on that is going to also be the job of the next Parliament, and it is going to have to be cross-party. It is going to have to be of the type of nature of debate that we've just heard from people like Sarah Boyack in terms of the constructive. Yes, can we do more? Can we give more detail? We have given more detail in the final plan. We've announced a new levy on private jet usage. We've introduced a new £2 bus fare cap pilot in Shetland and the Western Isles. We've boosted our proposed pace of heat network connections in the CCP as well. But the fundamental criticisms that came back about the draft plan was on how we measure deliverability, and that is a job for the next Parliament, but also delivering on the plans when they come to this chamber, and the actions required this chamber needs to be have cross-party support to be able to deliver, and that has sadly been lacking in recent years, unfortunately.
Kevin Stewart, to be followed by Edward Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has pointed out in her statement that the SNP government has increased the amount of electricity generated in Scotland from low-cost renewable sources and has put Scotland in a more energy-secure position. In order to meet the targets in the climate change plan and to ensure fair costs for households and businesses, the cost of electricity must come down. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline what pressure the Scottish Government is putting on the UK Government to change the illogical electricity pricing regime that exists on these islands so that Scots can get a fair deal? And does she share my view that the best way of ensuring cheaper electricity is with the fresh start that independence would provide?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, there may be groans from those that do not want to grow our economy over to the left of me with investing in the new technologies for our energy, but Kevin Stewart is absolutely right. This is a key example. This is a key example of how the constraints of devolution mean that we are effectively trying to deliver societal and economic transformation with one hand tied behind our back. And as we know, and as reinforced during the scrutiny period of the climate change plan, the price of electricity is crucial to our climate ambitions, including the EV rollout, the industrial decarbonisation and clean heating for the house. And that's not just me saying that. That's the Committee for Climate Change is saying that electricity costs have to come down. And it's also going to be critical for the UK government in terms of what they want to do in reaching net zero by 2050. If we look at the current situation in the Middle East, decisions by this government to increase the amount of electricity that is generated in Scotland from low-cost renewable sources has put us in a position where electricity bills should be a lot lower for people in Scotland. It's a clear example of why these powers should be in Scotland's hands rather than with successive UK governments that continues to leave Scottish consumers and communities exposed. And indeed, it would mean that there would be more communities in Scotland that would be welcoming developments within their communities as well, because they would see the tangible benefits in their electricity bills. But critically, until the cost of electricity comes down, we will struggle to deliver in a lot of these areas in a just way. And Kevin Stewart is absolutely right on the way to get that energy security and get that decarbonisation.
Edward Mountain, to be followed by Paul McLennan.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. So we finally have it, the final draft, no longer draft, climate change plan in the penultimate day of this Parliament. In the 40 minutes that we've had to look at it, and let's be clear, I've always called for that it should be much longer, I can find no clear synopsis of the changes from the draft plan to the final plan. I expected it on some few pages within Annex 4. Now, the Net Zero Committee said that the targets for HGV change to EV HGVs was unachievable. We called, as a committee, for drop-in fuels. Is that in the plan, Cabinet Secretary?
Cabinet Secretary.
I don't understand what the... I have to be honest with Edward Mountain. I didn't catch the end of his question there about drop-in fuels, and indeed I'll need to consult with him afterwards as to what he means by that. Of it, 6.6 billion in co-benefits in the change in the transport sector, improved health outcomes, increased exercise, reduced pollution. I've already mentioned that in my statement. And indeed, I've also already mentioned in my statement the changes to the draft plan. I've also mentioned them in, indeed, my response to Sarah Boyack. We have boosted the monitoring and evaluation approach in the final plan. We've set out greater detail in the methodology in the climate change plan, and indeed, as the committee that Edward Mountain was the convener of, there was asked for more information on the co-benefits in the plan, and we've given an awful lot more detail of what's been able to be delivered as well. But on his substantive questions around fuels, which I didn't, as I say, I didn't. It could be biofuels. I will have to pick that up with him later because I didn't quite hear what he was asking.
Point of order, Edward Mountain.
With respect, I find that answer to the question quite troubling, because it's quite clear in the NZET committee that we called for drop-in fuels, which is not just biofuels, it's a combination of fuels to allow diesel vehicles to continue to work. I find it difficult to understand how the Cabinet Secretary doesn't understand that, which is a recommendation made in our report. I mean, is there a way that I can get an answer to my question, Presiding Officer, because at the moment I haven't had it.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. While it's not a point of order, the Cabinet Secretary has heard your comments, and the Cabinet Secretary, I think, has offered to be in touch with you on that issue. I call Paul McLennan, to be followed by Mercedes Vialba.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Over the past few years, I have met and engaged with the East Lothian Climate Hub and seen the work that they've done across East Lothian. They've engaged with communities to embed the work needed on tackling the climate emergency. Can I therefore ask the Cabinet Secretary what commitment can it give to the existing climate hubs to continue the progress already made by them and support them in the future?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Paul McLean for that question. I know that he's a big supporter of and a big advocate for the work of his local climate hub as well. And that community climate action is absolutely a vital part of our community's journey to net zero. We've got a national network of climate hubs and we have funding to support them. Between April 2024, December 2025, those climate hubs across the whole of Scotland delivered over 2,600 workshops. They reached 48,000 people. They provided support to community groups and it ensures that climate risks, climate solutions are embedded in many local place plans. I was grateful to be able to discuss the draft climate change plan with all of our climate action hubs online in the period of scrutiny of the draft plan. And given the hugely important role that they play on the ground when it comes to local solutions and communities, they want to do more. They want to be supported to deliver more for the individuals and the community groups in their area, and I'm happy to support them.
Mercedes Vialba, to be followed by Michael Matheson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement and I welcome Scotland's new climate change plan, which is of crucial importance for workers and communities in the North East region that I've been so privileged to represent for the last 5 years. But my constituents are still not seeing the just transition they have repeatedly been promised, and the misinformation circulating that more drilling is the answer do my constituents a grave disservice when we know that the North Sea Basin is in terminal decline and gas prices are set internationally. But this is exactly why we must heed the Just Transition Commission's warning that if the Scottish Government does not use every lever at its disposal to fight the climate crisis, we risk losing the social licence for climate action to such dangerous climate deniers. So can the Cabinet Secretary set out which, if any, of the recommendations of the Just Transition Commission's report have made it into the climate change plan?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I was pleased that the Just Transition Commission was complimentary about the draft plan and how we'd actually embedded just transition throughout that. And I think that, the Just Transition Commission rightly are often critical on some of the measures that we maybe don't take fast enough. And I was actually really pleased to get their endorsement of the draft plan as well. Mercedes Alba makes an absolutely critical point, is that we have to face reality. Two realities are happening. One is that we are far too reliant on the burning of fossil fuel. And that's not just in this country, that's in countries across the whole of the world. And we're seeing the effects, the weather events that are actually impacting all our communities. The other is more closer to home, and that is the fact that we passed peak oil and gas, a decade or so ago, a couple of decades ago. We cannot rely on the North Sea to keep on delivering domestically oil and gas for another 50 years. It is a declining basin. So what we have to do is have a managed transition. It needs to be a fair and managed transition. Now, at the moment, I believe that the decline of the industries and the supply chain in North Sea oil and gas is happening too quickly in a cliff-edge way, and that has to be avoided because we need to make sure that we have all the work associated with oil and gas and renewables and decommissioning for our wider supply chain. That's what I'm trying to do as Energy Minister. That's what my government's trying to do, and we'll work with any partners who've got that at their heart.
Michael Matheson, to be followed by Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I am grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her statement. I very much agree with her comments about securing the economic importance and value of decarbonisation in achieving net zero. The Cabinet Secretary will recognise that one of the key areas that we need to see further decarbonisation in is in the transport sector, including within the bus sector. Alexander Dennis's, who are based in my constituency, are world leaders in low-carbon and zero-emission buses. Can I therefore ask the Cabinet Secretary, when do we expect to hear the outcome from ScotZeb 3, which is seeing the further rollout of zero-emission and low-carbon buses in Scotland, which are critical not only to Alexander Dennis's in my constituency, but in contributing towards achieving net zero by 2045?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Michael Matheson for his question. Indeed, I have the Transport Secretary with me, who has just said that this will be announced very, very soon. As he knows, we're investing a further £45 million to support the adoption of zero-emission buses through that third phase of ScotsEb. But the Transport Secretary has told me, as she was listening to Michael Matheson, that will be announced soon.
Thank you, Patrick Harvey, to be followed by Liam MacArthur.
Grateful for the advance sight of the documents, but a great many of the criticisms of the draft plan were not about methodology and measurements. They were about policy substance, given that the SNP has spent much of the last 2 years delaying, ditching or downgrading climate action. In particular, can the Cabinet Secretary tell us how on earth she expects to see the scale of investment that Scotland needs into the clean heat sector, having just ripped out the heart of the Heat in Buildings programme, depriving the industry of the certainty that it needs? And does she have any advice for a future Cabinet Secretary for Climate who is going to have to deliver a completely impossible scale of acceleration on heat decarbonisation in the 30s as a result of this slow action now?
Cabinet Secretary.
Now, obviously, Mary McKellen has responsibility for domestic heat now, and she has outlined some of the actions that she's going to be taking forward should she retain her position in the next government, should we be lucky enough to be back in government. And they have, Patrick Harvey has worked hard when he was a minister on a set of policies associated with decarbonising heat and buildings. I have to say that I did not find they were particularly conducive to a just transition, in that a lot of them relied on the cost of electricity coming down. And what I didn't want to do as a Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action is put forward policies that would mean that we increased fuel poverty as a result. I want to make sure that, and I've been lobbying the UK government, two UK governments, ever since I've been Energy Minister, to
let's hear the Cabinet Secretary.
To reform the electricity market. Both governments have dithered in this respect. We are not getting the clarity in that. Now, I am getting further with the Labour government than I ever got with the Conservatives, who barely even wanted to meet with me on any of this. But until the price of electricity comes down, we won't see a seismic shift to electric-based heating. We have to invest in heat networks. Mary McKellen has set out some of her plans associated with the new bill that the Parliament will take through should we be back in government. Heat networks is a way of actually building in private investment, and there's going to be a plan set out on how we're going to be doing that in the next Parliament.
Thank you. I'm keen to protect time for the next item of business. I'd be grateful for concise questions and responses. I call Liam MacArthur to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. As the co-convener of the Malawi cross-party group, can I welcome the announcement in relation to funding for Malawi, but can I also advise the Cabinet Secretary no one I've spoken to in the energy sector believes breaking up the UK is the answer to the Maiden's Prayer. Nesta have pointed to significant underestimation of the pace needed on heat decarbonisation, while the Climate Change Committee have pointed to a gap between ambition and delivery. The Cabinet Secretary is right about the need for cross-party agreement on a way forward, but what confidence can people across Scotland have that this plan will not simply result in a further round of missed targets?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, when I talk about cross-party action, I also talk about cross-party action in terms of delivering on the reserve policies and actions that need to take place. Will have a fundamental impact on some of the policies set out in the climate change plan. ACORN has been mentioned. We need to see swifter action and funding of ACORN in terms of CCUS. We need to see electricity prices come down. But indeed, I am always willing to work with people across this Parliament who have ideas on how we can drive action forward in a way that is just, that does not put people into situations of fuel poverty, and indeed means that we can capitalise on the investment in renewables in all our areas. And I want to work with Liam MacArthur and his colleagues in the next Parliament to be able to do that. In particular, we have many opportunities, as he knows, in Orkney to decarbonise and have a lot of the innovation associated with climate action that we need to roll out and commercialise much further.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement.
Ensuring Scotland can effectively crowd in private investment is an essential part of delivering this plan, not least given the Scottish Government's limited fiscal levers. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide any examples of the Scottish Government's work to make this a reality so far, and how the Government will ensure we continue to do so, given climate action cannot be delivered by Government alone?
Cabinet Secretary.
What Jackie Dunbar has just outlined is absolutely critical. Public money will not deliver on all the actions of the climate change plan. Public money, of course, can be used as seed funding at the very beginning of some of the things we want to see. But it is crowding in that inward investment, crowding in that public money that's actually really going to boost jobs, boost the tax take for Scotland and mean that we are actually having a real seismic change in the economy of Scotland as well. Our ambition to deliver this can be seen since the draft climate change plan. We've got the launch of our new Invest Scotland portal last November that showcased investment-ready opportunities in Scotland, from heat networks to renewables to global capital investors. And in addition, there are already examples of public and private sectors working together to deliver their emissions reduction ambitions that will be built on as a result of this climate change plan. Like in EV charging, we had early public funding that was backed by our strong ambition and commitment, and then attracted enough private investment to allow us to meet our public charge point targets 2 years ahead of schedule. And then in offshore wind, £670 million of private investment has been leveraged from £150 million of Scottish public funding to date, creating and sustaining thousands of jobs. There are more sectors in which we can do that, and I'm keen to do that.
Sue Webber, to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you. On the subject of public money, the entire premise of this climate plan is that the renewable investment outlined only happens because of subsidies from UK-wide bill payers. And I want to speak a little bit about transport, because the SNP government is committed to reducing car kilometres by 4%, and that at least 90% of all car sales must be electric vehicles by 2030. Can the Cabinet Secretary tell me how much of these proposals will cost the average driver, and more broadly, how will the Scottish Government ensure the drive to net zero will not disproportionately impact motorists?
Cabinet Secretary.
Of course, what Sue Webber is not saying is that actually this is a UK-wide endeavour as well, and a lot of the actions that are happening at UK level as well will actually prompt this change across Scotland. We are committed to doing what we can, particularly in putting out the EV charging network, which is, as an EV driver myself, was improved dramatically in the last 5 years and is set to improve even more. And indeed, the sale and indeed some of the government schemes in order to allow people to buy used EV cars as well as new EV cars has meant that people have had access to these type of vehicles. There will be an inevitable reduction in car kilometres as we build out on our public transport networks as well, and people want to take active travel decisions. But for those like myself in rural constituencies and in rural areas of Scotland, we will still need a car, and that's why the EV is going to be absolutely critical to decarbonising road transport.
Emma Harper, to be followed by Finlay Carson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the climate change plan and its focus on a fair and just transition. Given the importance of rural economies, can the Cabinet Secretary outline how the plan will support regions such as Dumfries and Galloway through the dairy sector, for instance, like technologies such as biogas, while also strengthening Scotland's long-term food security?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Emma Harper has a long-standing interest in biofuels and biogas in particular, and the circular economy with anaerobic digestion, and I thank her for the spotlight that she's shown on that. The plans ensuring that the agriculture sector, including in Dumfries and Galloway, has the necessary support to deliver the emissions reduction required, and indeed the nature restoration opportunities which will improve overall farm sustainability. We want to produce more of our own food sustainably. I want to be clear, there's no contradiction between high-quality food production and producing it in a way that delivers for climate and nature at the same time. I recognise this potential role of bioenergy to reduce emissions in rural areas and contribute to that circular economy, and indeed improve the bottom line for farm businesses. In order to realise the potential of the sector, we need to see action from the UK Government and engaging in Westminster colleagues as they consider policy options at the moment for the next iteration of the Green Gas Support Scheme, which is currently due to end in 2 years.
And Finlay Carson.
Rural communities across Galloway and indeed the whole of rural Scotland are facing a surge of unwanted onshore wind farm and renewable proposals, industrialising our rural landscape. And this SNP government continues to leave them without clarity, protection or a voice. They want to know when the Scottish Government will finally publish its energy strategy and just transition plan. So, Cabinet Secretary, quite simply, the question is, when will it be published?
Cabinet Secretary.
So it's absolutely going to be critical that an energy strategy is set out when we have clarity around the strategic spatial energy review and indeed some of the outcomes that there's been in Supreme Court rulings which we're waiting to see the outcome of. That is something that every government is looking to as they put out their strategies for the next 5 years, never mind the next 15, which this climate change plan has a roadmap to.
Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next item of business.
Okay, the next item of business is a debate on motion 21120 in the name of Daniel Johnson on the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill at stage 3. I invite members wishing to participate in the debate to press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Daniel Johnson, the member in charge, to speak to and move the motion around 6 minutes. Mr Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I strongly feel that it is a basic human response that when you see a child in distress or hurt or injured, you want to help that child, protect the child. I think that is one of those fundamental human reactions. When you're a parent, that becomes amplified. When you see your child hurt, a knot forms in your stomach, you want to act immediately, and you fundamentally feel guilt about having not prevented that harm. So just imagine what it must be like for your child to return home from school with bruises and for it to take days, weeks or months to find out how and where those came from. And that is what's at the heart of this bill. That's what's motivated me in bringing this bill forward before Parliament, because for too many parents whose children, very often with additional support needs, very often non-verbal, returning home and just simply unable to find out, and then eventually finding out that it was the adults charged with looking after them through the use of inappropriate restraint that had caused those injuries. And I think we have to accept that the use of restraint and seclusion will at times be necessary, but when it does, that we have to have the highest possible standards, yes, in terms of how that is applied, how those children are treated, but also in terms of informing parents, so that parents find out. That's what this bill will do. That's what Parliament will have the opportunity to decide upon. And it is a huge privilege to be standing as the member in charge of this bill, bringing this forward. But I think above all else, we need to pay recognition to Beth Morrison and her tireless campaigning. It was her journey started when her son came home in those circumstances in 2010, in bruises. And that started a campaign which culminates, hopefully today and this evening, with Parliament passing this legislation. After that incident in 2010, she brought forward a petition and she lobbied. But it's not just those processes. I think we all need to recognise Beth's absolutely kind of winning personality. You can't say no to Beth. It's through her perseverance in terms of the conversations with all of us in this place, submitting all those submissions whenever a committee was looking at anything connected with this topic, her tireless work with the press. It is a huge amount of work. And as someone that fundamentally believes that this place is about bringing power closer to people, she stands as testament in terms of the ability to do that. So while we hopefully pass this bill this evening, and in so doing, I think bring about Callum's Law, I think we all need to recognise that while this may be Callum's Law, it is also definitely Beth's bill. And I think we also need to pay tribute to Kate Sanger, who has absolutely been Beth's partner and stalwart alongside her, obviously with her own experiences with her daughter Laura, and an innovator, innovating the passport concept in terms of children with additional support needs. So I think we need to pay tribute to the tireless campaigning, because it's something we need more of. And I think we should all be thinking about how we can support campaigners, making sure that those issues become real, become law, and see the change that we all want to see. But in terms of the bill that we have in front of us this afternoon, it does four critical things. First of all, puts guidance on a statutory footing, ensuring that we have the compliance with the standards that we expect. Requirements to inform parents so that when these circumstances arise, that parents are told as quickly as possible. That we have clear standards about recording and reporting. And above all else, training standards, so that when professionals in the classroom do use these techniques, they do so with the highest possible standards. And I'm very pleased that today the Government published its initial data in terms of the use of the existing guidance, because I think it tells us two clear things. First of all, the overwhelming majority of both local authorities but also staff in the classroom say that the guidance has been helpful. It also highlights the gaps. Of the 32 Scottish local authorities, only 30 were actually able to responded. 2 did not. 1 local authority was unable to provide the data. Almost half were not fully reporting data compliant with the guidance. So while it's clear the guidance is making a difference, making improvements, I think that this data shows us that there is still much further that we need to go, and that we do need this bill, we do need this legislation to ensure that we make this progress. Now, in my closing speech, I would like to touch on some of the concerns that have been raised by the trade unions in particular, but I thank them for their contributions. And I'll also like to note thanks to other people around the Chamber, including the Cabinet Secretary and the Government more broadly, because I think the engagement has been very productive and has brought us to this point today. But I look forward to hearing everyone's contributions, and most importantly, I have great pleasure in moving the motion in my name. Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Mr Johnson. I now call Jenny Goldruth, Cabinet Secretary, up to 5 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to begin by thanking Daniel Johnson for his commitment in bringing forward the legislation that we have in front of us today on restraint and seclusion. I applaud his approach to working with the Government, and I encourage more of this good behaviour in the coming Parliament. Now, this bill has brought parties from across the Chamber together, united by a clear and shared objective: improving the lives of our children and young people. And as we conclude Stage 3, it is right to recognise the significant amount of work that has brought this bill to its final parliamentary stage. Families, campaigners, the Children's Commissioner, our teachers and school staff, the teaching trade unions and the Education Committee have all approached this issue with seriousness and with compassion. I want to again pay tribute to the determined efforts of Beth Morrison and Kate Sanger, whose tenacious campaigning has ensured that children's experiences remain firmly at the centre of this work. No children should have to experience what Callum Morrison and Kate's daughter Laura went through in school. Beth and Kate have turned these traumatic experiences into a positive campaign to improve the lives of all of our children. And I'm quite certain that we would not be debating a Stage 3 bill on restraint were it not for Beth and for Kate. Now, as colleagues know, the Scottish Government's position on the use of restraint and seclusion has been consistent throughout the passage of this legislation. Restraint must only ever be used as a last resort to prevent injury. The principle underpinned in the national guidance which issued in 2024 remains central today. The Scottish Government's original intention was, of course, to conclude the review of our 2024 guidance before determining whether legislation was required. And I can confirm, as we have heard from Mr Johnson this morning, we published the review of the national guidance. I want to thank all of those that responded to the review and all of those who have helped to implement the national guidance in our schools. And while the data collected does not yet provide a full picture, as I think we have heard, we can clearly see a higher prevalence of restraint and seclusion in our primary and in our special schools. Now, progress is being made on professional learning to help support implementation, But 1 year on from the implementation of the national guidance, there is clearly more work to be done to improve parental notifications, recording and support further for professional learning. So perhaps the review itself is evidence of the need to legislate in this space. Indeed, there is a clear alignment between the review's findings and the issues that Daniel Johnson's bill seek to address, and that is why, Presiding Officer, the Government will be supporting the bill tonight. Now, from the outset, the Government has seen the value in working constructively with Daniel Johnson to advance the bill. That pragmatic, collaborative approach, I think, has been maintained throughout every stage. But also throughout it, Parliament's scrutiny has been rigorous and thoughtful. The Committee Stage 1 report and members' contributions in the Stage 1 debate highlighted clear support for the bill's general principles. However, the Committee also highlighted many areas where further clarity and precision were deemed to be essential if this bill were to work in practice for our schools and families affected by restraint. And I've been pleased, as members have heard, to work collaboratively with Mr Johnson to strengthen the bill at Stages 2 and Stage 3 and to lay the groundwork for clear and effective implementation. The support that Daniel Johnson and I have received from the Education Committee, but also from across the Chamber, has reassured me that we have listened to and addressed the concerns which were raised at Stage 1. As a result of Parliament's close scrutiny, I believe that we have produced a stronger bill, consistent with its initial intentions. The bill before Parliament today reflects that combined work of members, teachers, families and also campaigners. It represents a significant step forward in establishing a much clearer legal framework for the use of restraint and seclusion and our rights-based approach to practice in our schools. Should Parliament choose to pass the bill, the Government will focus on implementation. The creation of that new statutory guidance will be informed, of course, by the evidence which will be gathered throughout this bill's parliamentary progress and the findings from the guidance review. Presiding Officer, I congratulate Daniel Johnson on navigating this legislation so successfully through Parliament. The day before dissolution of what has been at times a deeply divided Parliament, instead parties will come together today to legislate in the best interests of Scotland's children and young people. As Cabinet Secretary, I have been proud to support the bill along its way, which, as we all know, was driven from inception by the campaigning voices and the tenacious spirit of Beth Morrison and Kate Sanger. But at the end of the day, this bill is about Scotland's bairns, for Callum, for Laura and for all of Scotland's children. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, you call Miles Briggs. Up to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I also start by paying tribute to Daniel Johnson? I think he's actually underestimated his role in this debate so far. Because those of us who have attempted or have taken through a private member's bill in Parliament just know the amount of work it takes up. So can I really pay tribute to him and his office for the work he's put in to this bill and to where we are today, and also to the non-governmental bills team who I see at the back of the chamber today. They must be counting down the hours to our passes being deactivated, to be quite honest, because there's been such a power of work which I know they have put in to many bits of legislation which either has gone through Parliament or hasn't managed in this session. So pay tribute to their work as well. And it is without a doubt that it's only thanks to organisations such as the Children and Young People's Commissioner and individuals like Beth and Kate that we're here today to see this bill become law. Beth began her campaign back in 2010. The work then started on a petition to go through this Parliament, which was lodged back in 2015. And I know Beth and many of the campaigners have also acted as central contacts for many families who have faced similar traumatic situations. And that is what has driven most of the work that they have put in to end restraint and seclusion. And I know Beth and other campaigners have undertaken huge amounts of investigation as well to try to understand the true scale of this problem and to demand action which today their Parliament is delivering. For many of us wearing the little crown, people will be wondering what this is, I'm sure, but all this work earned Beth the name Queen Bee, and the crown becoming part of this as a nickname. So I'm very grateful for having been sent one as well ahead of today's debate. Now, the Cabinet Secretary touched upon guidance, and I think what will be really important is how that can be accepted, but also taken forward in the true spirit of this bill. And I know there are a number of points which I've written to the Cabinet Secretary around concerns which the unions have had, but also the Young People's Commissioner as well, around potential unintended consequences. And I hope that that guidance, as soon as it is published, can be shared with all involved. Because I think it is important that we do have confidence, and our teaching professions have confidence, that common sense will be always looked at as well. But it is clear that there are some concerns out there, and although this bill, I know and welcome, will pass tonight, those haven't all been answered, and I hope the Cabinet Secretary will make sure that that is forthcoming. Now, this is the last education debate of this session, and I wanted to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those who have worked on the education portfolios over the course of this Parliament. Pan Duncan-Glancy, especially, who has announced she won't be returning to Parliament. My colleague Ros McCall, who's worked on the bills alongside me. There's been a lot of education legislation over the last year. But I think we can look back and really be proud of some of the opportunities which this Parliament has taken forward last week in relation to the Care Bill and delivering on the road to the promise. But I also wanted to thank and pay tribute to my colleague Douglas Ross, who will be making his final speech in this Parliament. Douglas has done a triple now, serving as a councillor, an MP and an MSP, as our party leader. I'm not sure if that's also something he enjoyed. But I know he has always put his community in Murray first. And for many of us on these benches, we've been friends with Douglas and worked alongside Douglas for many years. He probably won't thank me for this, but many people on other benches probably don't really see the true Douglas. Douglas is an incredibly thoughtful and caring individual who I always find remembers things about us and our families which we don't always do, and is always checking in. And it's one side of Douglas's character probably other colleagues just haven't had the opportunity to see in the rough and tumble of politics. But I don't think this will today be Douglas blowing the whistle on his political career, and I look forward to seeing him return to serve his communities in Murray in the future in Westminster, in the Westminster Parliament. But to conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer, and you've been very generous with the additional time, can I say that Scottish Conservatives will be supporting the Restraint and Seclusion Bill at decision time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Now call Paul Kane, up to 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. There's a distinct air of the end of term all around us. I think there was quite a degree of chatter at the back of the chamber between the Cabinet Secretary and myself and others, because I think people are becoming slightly demob happy, notwithstanding an election to come. But I was reflecting in this debate from who I was at the start of the session to who I am now. And at the start of the session, I used to write my speeches down really, really carefully and really closely. And today, actually, I haven't really written anything down, and it's because I know exactly what I want to say, because I know exactly how passionate I feel about these issues and about the individuals who are involved in bringing this bill to its fruition today. And I'll begin by paying a really warm tribute to my friend Daniel Johnson for his work on this bill, for his tenacity, for his energy and dedication to it, and for getting to know all of the different facets and areas within this piece of legislation and engaging with them honestly and in good faith, and bringing us to this point today. I'd also like to join Miles Brigg in paying tribute to the other education spokespeople that I've had the pleasure to serve alongside at the latter stages of this Parliament, to the Cabinet Secretary for her efforts on this bill and for the collegiate way she's sought to work on it. I know it won't seem in the coming weeks that we always have that collegiality, but I think it's important to put on the record today, and indeed to Miles Briggs, to Willie Rennie, to Maggie Chapman and others who have engaged. I think it's very important. And there's a real sense of coming full circle, I suppose, at the end of a parliamentary session. And for me, there's a personal element to that, given that my career at Enable Scotland ended on my election to this Parliament when I did a lot of work with people involved with this bill. And that's why I want to pay a particular tribute to Beth Morrison today. We've heard her being described as Queen Bee and the driving force behind this legislation. And she is an incredible woman. She is a tenacious campaigner, along with Kate Sanger and other parents who had experienced horrendous situations. They have fought every step of the way to ensure that we pass this bill today. But behind that, there's a real kindness and a warmth to Beth that you can see it kind of radiates out of her, and I always thought that when I worked with her at Enable. And something that always struck me is that Beth's email address, and I don't know if this is still the case, is Callum's mummy at whatever the email provider is. And she used to laugh and she said, well, I had that email address because that's how folk knew me. I was Callum's mummy at the school gates, and I was Callum's mummy when organising to see his friends and all those sorts of things. But she said, I stuck with that actually because that's who I am. And that's how now so many in the country know Beth Morrison as Callum's mummy, because that was her driving determination to pass this legislation. I think all of us, her parents, would recognise that. When I became a dad in August, somebody said to me, the way you feel right now about your wee boy is how you will always feel. They will always be your little boy or your little girl. And I think Daniel Johnson spoke to that really powerfully today. And it will be our desire to protect and support them and to give them a future that will be better than perhaps what has gone before. And that really is what this bill is all about today. It's about our children and about ensuring that they can live safely at school and have all the support and protection that they need. And in concluding, Presiding Officer, I was reflecting with some colleagues I used to work with at Enable, Kelly Thorpe and Jan Savage. I was talking about them about this bill, and I was saying that sometimes in life you plant trees for other people to sit under, and I think they recognise much of their part in the journey, as I'm sure many of the campaigners in the gallery do. But, you know, there are days in this place that it doesn't feel like we're planting trees for other people to sit under, but today is not one of those days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. Now call Maggie Chapman. Up to 4 minutes. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to and I pay tribute to Daniel Johnson for his work on this bill. But we should reflect perhaps on why it took a Members' Bill to get us to this point. Why have successive governments not acted on this most important issue for 27 years? Because Parliament has acted for children before. We incorporated, after some delay, the UNCRC into our laws. Prior to that, we passed John Finney's plans to end exemptions that allowed parents to physically punish their child. And our GIRFEC strategy aimed to keep children and young people safe, protected from abuse, neglect or harm at home, at school and in the community. So this bill is a natural next step on this journey towards protecting children's rights, to practice seclusion and restraint only as a last resort when there are genuine health and safety reasons for doing so. UNCRC is clear. It regards protection from punishment and detention as crucial. It enshrines the idea that children should be isolated only as a last resort and for the shortest time possible. However, restraint and seclusion are sometimes used as frequent responses to behaviour that is perceived to be challenging. Pupils find it traumatic, not just at the time, but for years afterwards. This bill has been drafted well to respond to exactly those concerns. The bill is right to support staff too, by making clear in law what constitutes appropriate and inappropriate restraint. We should be outlining best practice in terms of alternatives that would prevent or minimise the use of restraint and seclusion. The current inconsistency or unclear expectations leave staff exposed. Requirements to notify parents, carers and guardians of the use of restraint and seclusion is the key provision of this bill. They have a right to know whether these methods have been used within 24 hours of it happening. They should not be finding out from finding bruises on their child or children coming home from school in tears. Along with this requirement to keep records, it will bring much-needed transparency too. The Children and Young People's Commissioner No Safe Place report found that only 18 of 32 councils recorded all incidents. We have to know when, how often and where restraint and seclusion is happening. Only then can we drive down its inappropriate use. I do share trade union concerns about workload, but the answer to that is to ensure staff are given time and support, and I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to give assurances on that point. And within the scope of this bill, Daniel Johnson has done well to draft legislation that addresses these concerns, I think. But inappropriate use of restraint and seclusion stems from broader failures in our education system. a failure to understand and cater to the needs, additional support needs of children or the young people involved, a failure to recognise that every child and young person has rights, a failure to properly fund additional support needs in all of our schools. We have nowhere near enough support in our schools for children with additional support needs, and these children are disproportionately affected. As Kate Sanger told us at stage 1, a child's shout is often not aggression requiring restraint, but distressed communication requiring love and understanding. Her communication passport, which helps staff understand how and why a pupil behaves in the way they do, should be in all schools, I think. And I would ask the Cabinet Secretary again to address this proposal in her closing. As Parliament draws to a close this session, there has been some good progress on children's rights. This bill is a testament to that, and the Scottish Greens are proud to support it. But as we move into a new session where we recognise that we still have so much further to go, that the rights of children, all children, are respected, defended and promoted. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Willie Rennie up to 4 minutes. Mr Rennie.
I've met Beth Morrison on several occasions. I recall one particular occasion in my office in the middle of winter in Cooper. And I said something that she disagreed with. And I was left in no doubt about what the truth was of the situation and how I needed to amend my views on it. So, although I congratulate Daniel Johnson on bringing this bill forward, I know in reality he didn't really have any choice. That Beth Morrison, once she had made her mind up that this was required, this is what was going to happen. He was just the victim along the way. But she has been campaigning on this for 11 years, and we know it's certainly taken a
Daniel Johnson, briefly.
To the member, it should be noted on the official report that I was a very willing victim just to update Willie Rennie's description.
Willie Rennie.
That's what all hostages say, and we should therefore express our concern about Daniel Johnson's future. But nevertheless, this has been going on for 11 years, and we know, for those who've been involved in politics, 11 years of a campaign is a long time, and it is a tremendous commitment involving 3,000 families, I'm told, bringing together people from across the country who had similar experiences to hers. And I thought her quote in a recent communication to us, "The children aren't naughty, they are scared." And I think that gives a different perspective on how we should view restraint and seclusion. Now, this campaign has been in two different phases. First of all was to get the guidance, and to get the guidance to adopt the best practice, to have that understanding about what the young people are experiencing and what the response from the educational establishment should be. But the second phase was to bring into law. And the fact that it felt a need to bring it into law does say something about how we view guidance. That often guidance is just produced and sits on a shelf and is ignored alongside all the other guidance that is produced. And if we feel the need on every occasion to put something into law, we need to consider carefully how we are bringing together guidance, because it often is viewed by professionals, not just in the education world, but in every part of our public sector, that is viewed in a somewhat diminished status. So we do need to think very, very carefully, because if we are going to go down the route, as the Children's Commissioner was highlighting in her evidence to the committee, that perhaps we need to look at other areas to bring them onto a statutory footing as well. We are bringing a significant complication to our law, and we are elevating a very complex set of issues onto the statute book, which will not be simple. But we need, therefore, to consider all of this. Now, we understand how, when cases are brought forward, and we believe they should be elevated to a status beyond others, because we believe those are incredibly important. And I understand that in full. But we do need to look holistically at how we drive forward guidance and statutory legislation to make sure that it is considered in a round and is complete as well. I notice I've not got an awful lot of time left, but I do recognise the anxiety that many unions and unions from across the board came together to express concerns throughout all of this process in terms of workload, but also in terms of definitions. So we need to consider their concerns, and I think at the Stage 3 amendments we did include that. But finally, if I can, Deputy Presiding Officer, this is part of a wider debate. This Parliament has been dominated by debates around about behaviour, violence, ASN, absence. This is all part of that mix. We need to consider everything in the round in order to make sure that our classrooms are a safe place to be, as well as a good place to have a great education. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move to the open debate. I call first Paul McLennan to be followed by Douglas Ross. They're in 4 minutes. Please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I first of all thank Dan Johnson for his work in bringing this bill forward today. As the MSP for East Lothian, I'm proud to stand here today to support the bill on behalf of the children and young people of the county. This bill, often, as Daniel said, called Callum's Law, is a landmark moment. It puts clear enforceable protections in place so that restraint and seclusion are used only as a genuine last resort and never as a first response. Now, I also commend Beth and Kate for their work in getting us to this position. We all know the current reality. Too many children, especially those with additional support needs, and that is now over a third of pupils have been subjected to practices that are inconsistent, poorly recorded and sometimes downright harmful. The 2018 investigation by the Children and Young People's Commissioner laid bare the gaps. It mentioned about no national standards, patchy monitoring and parents left in the dark. Voluntary guidance hadn't been good enough. Now, that obviously ends today. This bill changes that. It places the Scottish Government's guidance on a statutory footing. It requires every school, public or independent, to train staff properly in de-escalation techniques and positive behaviour support. It demands that parents are informed immediately when restraint or seclusion is used, and it insists on proper recording and reporting so that we can spot patterns, learn lessons and drive down the use of these measures for good. Presiding Officer, this is not about tying teachers' hands, it's about empowering them. It's about giving every educator the tools and the confidence to support children without resorting to physical intervention or isolation. It's about creating the trauma-informed, rights-respecting schools that Scotland's young people deserve. And that legislation sits squarely with this Government's values. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary-General Gruth for a collaborative work with Daniel Johnston and the Education Committee in looking at this bill. This Government obviously incorporated the UNCRC into Scots law. We as a Parliament made the promise to Scotland's care-experienced children just last week. We as a Parliament believe every child, no matter their needs, should thrive in an inclusive education system. This bill delivers on these commitments. It turns warm words into legal duties. It puts children's rights at the heart of our schools. And I once again want to thank and pay tribute to Daniel Johnson for bringing forward this bill and for the thoughtful way he has worked across the Chamber. I also want to thank fellow members of the Education, Children and Young People's Committee for their rigorous scrutiny. And above all, I want to thank the families, the campaigners and the young children themselves who have shared their own, often painful experiences. Your courage has made this possible, and you're an inspiration to us all in this place. Presiding Officer, Scotland has a chance today to say loud and clear, we do not restrain our children unless there is no other way. We do not isolate them from their peers without proper safeguards, and we choose dignity, support and inclusion instead. I urge every colleague to join me in voting to pass this bill today. Let us send a message that in Scotland our children's rights are not optional, they are the law. This is for every child who has ever felt powerless in a school corridor, for every parent who has waited anxiously for a phone call that never came, and for the future of an inclusive, compassionate Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McLennan. And I call Douglas Ross. Around 4 minutes, Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I rise to make my final speech in this chamber. And I chose this debate on this subject for a number of reasons. First of all, the member in charge proved to be a very conscientious and determined member in getting this bill through. And I was reminded he was the only member, I believe, who took forward a member's bill in this Parliament to come to the Conservative group meeting to discuss the bill. And I was leader at the time, and I remember watching him walk out the door thinking he got a far easier ride from my colleagues at that group meeting than I often did in the same room. But it proved that he was determined at every point to get as much support as possible. Another reason was because of the campaigners who have already been mentioned today. Beth and Kate have my utmost respect and admiration for what they have done to get the bill to this stage and the work they have done for more than a decade to reach this point. And I know Peter, Callum, Beth and Kate are in the chamber today, in the gallery, to watch the bill reach this point and to be passed into law. And they should be extremely proud of the work that they have done. Two final points that I thought this was the right topic to finish on. First of all, the Non-Government Bills Unit, because I took a bill through this Parliament to stage 1. It was unsuccessful. But I saw up close the skill, dedication and commitment of that unit, something I hadn't witnessed before because I had not been involved. And I do believe that is a team that needs to be nurtured and celebrated in the next session of Parliament, because they are a great asset to those of us who are lucky enough to take a bill through various stages in Parliament. And finally, this is a bill that came to the Education Committee, a committee that I have been very proud to convene over the last 18 months. I have enjoyed my time as convener. I'm not sure my fellow members enjoyed it quite as much as I did. I know I stretched the limits of the convener's role at times, but I always did it in the best interest of trying to get to the root of some of the issues. And as Willie Rennie said, he quoted an email that we got from Beth this week. When we are thinking about this bill, and it will undoubtedly pass, and pass unanimously, I'm sure, at stage 3 today, she said in her email that Callum can't advocate for himself due to his complex disability, but he can express this truth. The children aren't naughty, they are scared. Children shouldn't be scared in Scotland. They certainly shouldn't be scared in an educational setting. So if passing this bill prevents just one more child being scared at school, then we will have done our job today. Can I, in my time available, say a couple of thanks, Presiding Officer? First of all, to the staff that have been with me throughout my time in Parliament, some the entire time since I was first elected in 2016, others who have came more recently. The work I have done as an individual member, as a party spokesperson, as party leader, as a convener, has been assisted by their tremendous efforts. And I also want to say thanks to my wife Crystal and our 2 boys Alistair and James, who will see a bit more of me in the coming weeks and months, and who have been a great support to me, as have my wider family. But a final speech by me in a consensual debate wouldn't quite be the same if I didn't add in just a hint of controversy, because I don't think I've hidden, or certainly not hidden it very well, that I've grown increasingly frustrated with the mechanisms of this Parliament, because I don't think we're doing enough. Today is an exception. I think we are going to pass an important bill, but other days I come in here and I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we have politicians who can't speak for 4 minutes without this lectern up and reading from a script, daring not to deviate to even take an intervention. Yep. When people look at that from the outside, they don't see politicians that are upping their game. Yep. They see people who are reading a script that could have been delivered by anyone. We get softball questions coming from the back benches that are supposed to be spontaneous in response to an answer that was given, and then the answer to that scripted question is also scripted. We can and should do far better than that. And in the 7th session of this Parliament, more people will be looking to see an improvement, and I hope we see that going forward. We really do have an opportunity in this Parliament, one that is not offered to many. And I do believe if we up our game, that will improve how this institution and this Parliament is viewed from the outside. Finally, Presiding Officer, to have the chance to serve is a huge privilege. And that, for me, began 19 years ago when I was first elected as a councillor. I've then been an MSP, an MP, and I now conclude my time in the Scottish Parliament. So can I say to those who gave me that opportunity, thank you. To the people of Moray and the Highlands and Islands who 19 years ago put their trust in a young farm labourer to represent them. It has been a huge honour and privilege for me, and I simply say thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ross. We now move to closing speeches. I call Martin Whitfield up to 4 minutes, please.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, and ask the Chamber to note my declaration of interest. And as we come to the conclusion of today's debate, I rise to offer the full support of Scottish Labour for the Restraint, Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill. Because at its heart, this bill is about dignity. It is about rights. It is about protection. It is about transparency for some of the most vulnerable children we have. And we know from the purpose of this legislation to minimise the use of restraint and seclusion, ensure such practices are used only as a last resort, and only when there is an immediate risk of harm. And the bill's placing a statutory duty on the ministers to issue national guidance, sets consistent national training standards and requires the recording and reporting of all such incidents to parents and guardians, and ending the unacceptable inconsistency that has persisted across Scotland for too long. Because the case for this bill was driven by families, it was driven by campaigners, it was driven by organisations who refused to let the experiences remain unseen. Reports, as we've heard from the Children's Commissioner, No Safe Place, and Enable Scotland's In Safe Hands, made clear the scale of the challenge and the lack of proper systems for reporting and accountability. And these findings are reflected in the fact that Scotland has fallen behind other UK nations, particularly Northern Ireland, in providing that clear statutory obligation to protect children in schools. And, Presiding Officer, this bill is also a culmination of more than a decade of the uncompromising advocacy by individuals such as Beth Morrison and Kate Sanger, who fought not for personal recognition, but just to ensure that no other family would experience what they had to go through. Their tireless campaigning, alongside the Children and Young People's Commissioner, alongside Enable Scotland, alongside the National Autistic Society and others, has ensured that children's voices, their rights, are now central to this legislative approach. And the Parliament should be in no doubt the practices we are legislating for are where there is serious, intrusive interventions. They must be governed by robust, rights-based, trauma-informed standards. And this is what the bill does. It establishes a clear legal duty, requires all instances to be recorded and communicated to parents, and ensure that staff have access to the high-quality training aligned with national best practice. And before I close, I want to touch on a couple of contributions. The first from Douglas Ross, who's just sat down, and it is always a pleasure to follow Douglas Ross. I note his incredibly useful confirmation that one of my members has attended the Conservative group meeting, and I will file that away. And as a wise parliamentarian, he actually acknowledged the support of members that support us here in this place, in this case, the non-governmental bills units. But there are substantial people who surround us that allow us to do our jobs. But it's about his comments as convener of the Education Committee I want to dwell, because I think it is a tribute to the member that the member saw in that committee the ability to fulfil the crucial role that those committees have to fill in a unicameral parliament. And I think those that return in the next session could do a lot worse than look at some of the amusing, some of the reactions, some of the strategies that the member chose as convener to hold a government to account and to improve the legislation that came before it. And finally, I'd like to pay tribute to Daniel Johnson, whose determined and principled leadership has brought this member's bill to its final stage. It seems, Deputy Presiding Officer, he's getting quite good at members' bills, so let's see what the election brings and try a government bill next time. I'm grateful for the time.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. Now call Rose McCall. Again, up to 4 minutes. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Daniel Johnson and the Non-Government Bills Unit and everyone involved for getting this important bill to this stage. I'm deeply impressed by all members that have managed to navigate the maze of legislative process. And we've had some excellent bills to discuss and scrutinise over the last few months of this session, and this one is certainly right up there as a matter of importance. This debate has been essential, and it is a very sobering issue. Over the process of the bill, and for many years, 11 years we've been hearing, we've listened to powerful stories from families, campaigners and professionals about what too many children and young people have been facing in our schools. The fact that restraint and seclusion have been used inconsistently and without parents being told is very worrying, and this is exactly what this bill is hoping to address. When parents find out what happened to their child only because of bruises, distress and changes in behaviour, it's not just a failure to communicate, but it's a failure of trust. Children are being harmed, and this process has put an extra pressure on families who should have been treated as partners in their child's educational process and not as an afterthought. And now we have discussed in this bill, members from all sides have agreed that relying on the current process is not giving children and families the consistency or the protection they need. Scotland now needs a national legal framework to ensure restraint and seclusion are only used as a last resort and only when there is an immediate risk of harm. And I think we can tell from today's debate that Beth Morrison and Kate Sanger have been mentioned by absolutely everybody who has made a contribution to this debate. And that shows just how much work they've done to contact every single one of us, to lobby us and to highlight how important this legislation actually is. And I greatly appreciate all the work that Daniel Johnson has done with them to bring this bill forward. And I want to highlight that the Cabinet Secretary made forward, highlight the collaborative work that has been made to get us to this point. And I do echo the sentiments that there's been a seriousness and a compassion that has been applied in taking this bill through its process. But in my little bit of time before I conclude, I do want to actually turn to highlight the work of Douglas Ross. And I am sorry that I am reading my notes, my speaking notes from my lectern. I'm trying to add a little bit in here, but I think we can say as a friend and a colleague, Douglas Ross is really a force to be reckoned with. He is a strong voice for the people of the region that he represents. And as Miles Briggs has mentioned in his contribution, there is a side that many people don't see in this political arena. But I know that Douglas feels deeply, passionately about the need for change for young people in Scotland. And it doesn't surprise me at all that this is the bill he wanted to speak on. And I'm happy to give way to
Fergus Ewing, briefly.
Most grateful for giving way. Does the member also agree with me that not only is Mr Ross an outstanding and fearless parliamentarian, as we must all agree, whatever our views, but also that he has, as I know, been prepared to work across party in order to try to achieve things for Scotland? And isn't that an example for us for the next session of Parliament?
Rose McCall.
Yes, I thank Fergus Ewing for that intervention, and I cannot disagree with a single word he said. Certainly in the work that I have tried to take forward with the Minister, Natalie Dawn-Innes, we have tried very hard to work cross-party, and I think that is definitely something that we should be looking to do. Anyway, back to the bill. As we have discussed this bill, members from all sides have agreed that relying on the current process is not giving children and families the consistency or the protection they need. Scotland now needs a national legal framework to ensure restraint. I've said that, so to be clear, no child should face restraint or seclusion unless there is truly no other option. So for these reasons, and know that putting law into practice will be crucial, the Scottish Conservatives are happy to support this bill. Scotland's children deserve the consistency, openness and safety in every classroom, and this law is an important step towards making it happen.
Thank you. Now call the Cabinet Secretary again, up to 4 minutes. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I want to start by making this absolutely clear. All of Scotland's children deserve and have the right to feel safe in our schools. They should not be restrained or secluded. The only occasions upon which it should be considered is where there is an immediate risk of injury to themselves or others, as we have heard from Paul McLennan and from others this afternoon. And as we've heard this afternoon, the cross-party support for Daniel Johnson's bill shows the Parliament shares this view. And I want to thank members for the really constructive and thoughtful approach to today's debate that we have heard, and indeed to the bill process as a whole. I want to come now to some of the comments from colleagues this afternoon. I have some bad news for Miles Briggs, I have to say. This is not the final education debate. In fact, his colleague Pam Gossel will be leading a members' debate tomorrow on mobile phones in schools, and he can be assured that I will be taking attendance at that debate tomorrow afternoon. I absolutely love, Presiding Officer, that Beth Morrison has ensured, the Queen Bee, that we are all wearing our crown badges today. Now, Beth actually presented me with a tiara after the Stage 1 debate, but I didn't think, Presiding Officer, that it would be appropriate to wear a tiara in the chamber, so I've not come wearing my tiara today. Miles Briggs spoke to the importance of the statutory guidance, on which I firmly agree, and the consultation, of course, that will sit alongside that statutory guidance, and the concerns of stakeholders too, which I want to now come to, particularly in relation to the teaching trade unions, who I've spent a lot of time with in the course of the last 3 years. First of all, I would say that I'm sympathetic to some of the concerns from the teaching trade unions. We rehearsed some of this at the Stage 1 evidence session at the Education Committee. I've engaged directly with all of the teaching trade unions as recently as last Thursday. There are a number of ways in which we have tried in government, and of course working with Mr Johnson, with of whom this is his bill, of course, I remind Parliament. But the first thing we've done is to ensure that the teaching trade unions will be consultees in relation to the statutory guidance, which I think is hugely important. The second point is that there were a number of Scottish Government amendments last week which spoke to some of those concerns, and an amendment from John Mason, which looked, for example, at making it clearer that the changes being proposed by the legislation do not apply to nursery settings. And, of course, Mr Mason's amendment on the definitions speaks to the issue being revisited in the future, which was a concern highlighted by the teaching trade unions in terms of the broadness, perhaps, of that category. The third point I would highlight, of course, relates to reporting. And again, Stage 3 amendments look to support things which are non-reportable to minimise the workload burden on teachers, which again was a concern that the teaching trade unions had highlighted and which I am sympathetic to. Now, we heard Presiding Officer from Willie Rennie this afternoon about the churn of guidance that the Government produces, and of course the Government has produced a raft of guidance in an education space, particularly in the last 3 years, much of which, I remind Parliament, has been at the behest of the opposition. But this is absolutely something that we need to consider. It's something I discussed with my officials only yesterday when we are creating a range of different ranges of guidance on attendance, on behaviour, on mobile phone use. We also need to step back and ask what needs to go, and be mindful of the workload that is creating in our schools too. So publishing reams of non-statutory guidance doesn't arguably also create the type of behaviour change we need to see. I think that substantiates the need for Daniel Johnson's bill today, because we do need to see that behaviour change. And if we look at the review guidance update that officials published this morning, that again creates the rationale for the legislation that Mr Johnson has brought forward. Now, Paul O'Kane was quite right to reflect on the collegiate spirit which has exemplified engagement on this bill throughout its passage, and in that spirit I pay tribute to Douglas Ross. Now, he said this weekend that he didn't think it was his job as education convener to give the Government an easy time. And I say to Mr Ross, there is absolutely no one in the Scottish Government who thinks that he has given ministers an easy time. So on that, he has absolutely succeeded. I also want to commend the diligent work of members across the Chamber, Miles Briggs, Ros McCall, Martin Whitfield, Paul O'Kane, Ross Greer and Willie Rennie for their work with the Government on a range of different issues in relation to education. And, Presiding Officer, if you will indulge me to pay tribute to Natalie Dawn Innes, who will be stepping down. And I was not able to contribute to her debate last week, where there were lots of accolades being paid to her. But as her Cabinet Secretary, I want to thank her for her diligence as a Minister and for a successful passage, of course, last week, steering through a vital piece of Government legislation, which was again supported on a cross-party basis. Presiding Officer, I'm glad the bill that we have worked together on is going to hopefully pass this evening. But, of course, it does send a strong signal. It signals to teachers and staff that we will support them to de-escalate challenging situations in schools. It signals to parents that their children matter. And when something happens at school involving their child, they should be told about that timiously. More importantly, it signals to all of our children that they should not be restrained or secluded at school. Presiding Officer, I am pleased that one of the final bills that this Parliament will pass in this session relates to children and to giving effect to their rights. And as Callum put it, the children aren't naughty, they're just scared. I agree. That's why the Scottish Government will vote in support of the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill today.
Thank you. Now call on Daniel Johnson, the member in charge, to wind up the debate in 5 minutes. Mr Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Now, the challenge in summing up a Stage 3 debate when you're closing for your own members' bill is to prevent it becoming something akin to a gushing Oscar acceptance speech. So let me try and marshal my thank yous and to make some points. And can I actually begin not just by thanking members for the contributions this afternoon, but thanking Parliament more broadly. This has been a genuine cross-party effort, and this bill is a better bill as a result of not just that engagement, but the overall parliamentary process. The definitions are tighter. There is flexibility in the way that it is framed. It will ensure that the scope is right by removing nursery classes from the scope of the bill. But above all else, I think what it will do, and as members from across the chamber this afternoon has been pointing out, is make our children safer, provide clarity in terms of practice, and indeed treat this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. in particular, can I thank, in terms of that cross-party effort, I think in particular Miles Briggs' contribution has been really very helpful, and he's taken a real interest in this topic, as with Willie Rennie, and can I thank him for his ongoing dialogue. Indeed, can I thank the whole of the Education Committee. The work they did was diligent, detailed, and was really critical to providing that scrutiny that allowed the bill to be improved. And can I pay tribute to Douglas Ross? I think he has been a really diligent parliamentarian throughout, and I quite agree with him in terms of what this Parliament needs to aspire to being, in terms of the way that it works and the way that contributions are made. I think it's really very important. Can I too pay tribute to the Non-Governmental Bills Unit? Because I think actually, when we think about what this Parliament should be, actually the Members' Bills process is really critical. And I think Ros Thompson and her team do an absolutely outstanding job. I also need to pay tribute to the Children's Commissioner and indeed third sector organisations, particularly Enable, for the work they have done, for shining a light on this issue and providing the impetus. But can I also thank the trade unions? They haven't always been welcoming of this proposal, and I understand why. This is a difficult topic. But I have no doubt that this bill is improved by their engagement, that we have tighter definitions, but I am also very mindful of the bureaucracy and workload that they have raised concerns about resourcing and the support that teachers require and classroom assistants on an ongoing basis. So let us be in no doubt that this is not the final word on this topic. Indeed, whoever forms the next government following May the 7th, this needs to be at the top of the to-do list, because there is work to be done to bring forward the intent that is in this bill. That we need the guidance to remain a living document, updated so it reflects best practice and is above all else a practical document that everyone in the classroom can use. We need continuing professional development for all practitioners in the classroom. Now, most practitioners will not need training, but those that do definitely need it. So we need to focus on the training and making sure that it is available to all practitioners who require it. But we do also need to look very carefully at the fact that we have had a huge expansion in the number of children identified with additional support needs, but the level of resource, particularly the number of teachers who are specialist-trained additional support needs teachers, has declined. But with that, I also would like to thank the government, because this has actually been a really rewarding process. The communication has been constructive, ongoing, focused, and in particular can I thank Jenny Goldruth. I remember us both being very newly elected members back in 2016, sitting around the table at the away day in Stirling for the Education Committee, and I don't think either necessarily of us would have imagined that ongoing relationship might have resulted in a bill like this. But I think actually, ultimately politics is about interpersonal relationships, about that dialogue, identifying where there is common cause and doing something about it. And hopefully this bill stands as testament to that. This is my second Members' Bill. 2 for 2, I don't know if that is a record, but it's certainly, hopefully, if this bill passes, something that I'll be proud of. But above all else, can I repeat my thanks to Beth Morrison and Kate Sanger. You are just absolutely outstanding campaigners. You are delivering change, and the whole of this Parliament, and I know I need to speak through the Chair, but please forgive me, Deputy Presiding Officer, the Parliament owes you a debt of gratitude. But let me close in the way, and the Cabinet Secretary stole my closing line, and as we pass Callum's Law, let us end with Callum's words. The children aren't naughty, they're just scared. Let's put that to an end. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. That concludes the debate on Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill Act Stage 3. It's time to move on to the next item of business. There will be a brief pause before we do so to allow front benches to change.
Thank you. Before we move to the debate on the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill at Stage 3, I call on Cabinet Secretary Shona Robertson to signify Crown consent to the bill. Cabinet Secretary.
For the purposes of Rule 911 of the Standing Orders, I advise the Parliament that His Majesty, having been informed of the purport of the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill, has consented to place his prerogative and interests, insofar as they are affected by the bill, at the disposal of the Parliament for the purposes of the bill.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The next item of business is a debate on motion 21103 in the name of Ivan McKee on the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill at Stage 3. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Minister Ivan McKee to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to begin this final stage of the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill with a debate at Stage 3. Although this has been an expedited process, Parliament has applied the same level of rigour and scrutiny as with any other major piece of legislation. Before turning to the substance of what this technical bill will provide, I would like to offer some thanks. And I want to recognise the constructive approach taken across the Chamber in ensuring this bill is robust and ready for implementation. I want to thank members who have given their attention to the detail in scrutinising this bill, and in particular the members of the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee, the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee and the Finance and Public Administration Committee, all of whom have provided their insight, advice and time to ensure the bill is able to deliver the improvements needed. Also extend thanks to all the key stakeholders who gave evidence to the committees and who worked with the Scottish Government to help shape the contents of this bill, the regulations and updated guidance that will follow. And I acknowledge all those who have previously contributed to the development of Scotland's visitor levy, including my colleague Tom Arthur, who took through the original bill. Their work has helped build the foundation that this bill strengthens today. And I would like to thank everyone who, going forward, will help to deliver this legislation in practice, from local authorities who choose to implement a scheme, to accommodation providers who will make returns, and the wider tourism industry, with other key roles such as providing third-party sales of accommodation, and Visit Scotland, who will develop the guidance. They will all help to change the way we support and invest in our tourism sector in Scotland to ensure visitors have a positive experience as they share our culture, landscape and hospitality. And finally, I just want to thank the officials who worked at pace on this bill to make sure it was delivered in time and very successfully. So, on that note, I would just like to highlight some of what the strengthened framework delivers with this bill. A key improvement in this bill was the introduction of an additional basis of charge. Local authorities will now be able to set a levy as a fixed amount or amounts. This new option is in addition to the existing percentage rate model. This gives councils the flexibility to choose the approach that best reflects their local visit economy, particularly where accommodation prices are more consistent and a fixed amount of levy may be simpler and more effective. And I'll happily give way to Fergus Ewing.
Thanks to the Minister, and I congratulate him at least for bringing forward this bill. But would it not have been better if, rather than having two options, there was simply one option, a flat rate? And does this not really amount to a bit of a capitulation to COSLA and local authorities, and linger the confusion which will exist about which charge will be applied?
Minister.
I respectfully don't agree with Fergus Ewing's comments. I think it's important that all stakeholders, business community and indeed local authorities were involved in this process, and there was flexibility to design a bill that meets local circumstances. And of course the bill is very strong in the consultation that local authorities have to take forward, and I'm absolutely sure that local businesses in any local authority area that's considering to introduce a visitor levy and business representative organisations will be engaging very effectively and thoroughly with the relevant local authority to get a bill that suits local businesses effectively. The bill also clarifies how the levy applies when accommodation is sold through booking platforms or tour operators. In these cases, the levy will be calculated on the price at first sale. This gives accommodation providers certainty about the amount due and avoids any confusion when bookings involve third parties. As I mentioned at the start, this is a technical bill, and one key measure ensures that a levy return for a given period will set out the levy payable for overnight stays that take place within the period in question, instead of the date in which the overnight stay was booked. The bill does, however, do much more, and I want to highlight a few amendments that have resulted from the rigorous process the bill has gone through and the co-development that has taken place with key stakeholders and, as I mentioned, the input from members across the chamber. At stage 2, we added provisions so that accommodation providers, once regulations are in place, will be able to amend submitted returns to correct errors. And at stage 2, I was also pleased to accept an amendment lodged by Tim Eagle, which will require ministers in the 3-year review of the operation of the Act to assess the impact of visitor levy schemes on businesses and communities and tourism in rural areas. And last week at our first stage 3 session, amendments were agreed, which means the bill will now give local authorities the option to allow accommodation providers to deduct and retain a proportion of the levy to help meet reasonable administration costs. During that session, Stephen Kerr sought an amendment which would require a local authority annual reports to include an assessment of the impact of a scheme on visitor numbers, length of visitor stay and the viability of tourism businesses. Well, for various reasons, I resisted that amendment and I gave an assurance to the member that I would ask my officials to work with Visit Scotland colleagues to consider how this detail could be brought out in the revised guidance, and I'm happy to give that assurance once again today. And throughout this process, our aim has been to provide a framework that is proportionate, clear and accessible. We want local authorities to be confident that their schemes reflect local economic assessments and that the language and guidance used will support high levels of understanding, compliance and trust. And I've therefore also instructed my officials to begin working with Visit Scotland to ensure the statutory guidance is updated and revised to take account of the changes delivered by this bill and for it to be available to support the implementation across Scotland later this year. Presiding Officer, I mentioned the importance the Scottish Government places on engagement with key stakeholders who will deliver visitor levy schemes in practice. And I want to share with the Chamber a contribution from Argyll and Bute Council, who responded to the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee's call for views. Their evidence emphasises the need for decisions to be taken at the right level of government and at the right time to support best practice and avoid a one-size-fits-all approach that would not reflect the diverse needs of communities in both urban and rural areas. From Argyll and Bute Council said that the visitor levy ensures that funds raised locally can be reinvested directly in maintaining and improving visitor infrastructure, and that decisions must be informed by clear and robust economic and destination management data. So in ensuring these decisions are right for our local economies, an important step in this process is that of local consultation to ensure key stakeholders continue to engage effectively in a co-design that meets the local needs being assessed. Presiding Officer, this bill strengthens Scotland's visitor levy framework so that where local authorities choose to introduce a scheme, it's fair, workable and reflects local priorities. It supports sustainable tourism, empowers local decision-making and ensures the benefits of tourism are shared across communities. And I therefore move that Parliament agrees the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill, and I commend it to the Chamber. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Murdo Fraser to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Conservatives very much welcome the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill, which corrects errors and misjudgments from the original legislation in 2024. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his constructive engagement with myself and colleagues around the content of the bill, and indeed all the work that was done by the Minister and civil servants to get this through so quickly. And it just shows what can be done. And if the Minister is back as Minister after the election, who knows what other matters can be dealt with very quickly if the political will is there to deal with them. Now, Presiding Officer, while we welcome the changes in the bill, there are other changes we believe could have been made to improve the legislation, which we discussed when we were looking at amendments last week, and I'm sure we will want to return to these in future. So let's just put this all in a little bit of context, because the visitor levy continues to be controversial. And we've made this point on numerous occasions in this chamber before, but Scotland is already seen as a high-cost tourist destination. We have VAT on hospitality at 20%, the second highest rate in Europe. If we add visitor levy on top of that, anything between 5 and 10%, and you're pushing costs up even more. And already many Scottish families find it cheaper to fly overseas for a holiday rather than take a break here. And for overseas visitors, they will be balancing up the cost of visiting Scotland compared to other European destinations. So we need to be careful about pricing ourselves out of the market. And I know people will argue that, in Edinburgh during the festival the place is buzzing, and they can easily sustain a visitor levy and because demand outstrips supply. But all I would say is that Edinburgh is not all of Scotland, and there are many parts of Scotland which would love to have even a fraction of the visitors that Edinburgh has. Yes, I'll have to.
The key issue, though, is it's up to every local authority to decide whether or not they want to use this legislation, and that they have to go through thorough legislation. Is that not critical?
Sarah Boyatt is absolutely right about the practicality of the legislation. Of course, the problem is, as she will know, is the councils right across the country now are being squeezed for cash, and they are trying to find money anywhere they can to make up for the cuts the SNP are delivering to them. And no wonder they're looking at visitor levies. And for example, in my own region, Perthink Ross Council, with an SNP minority administration, ran a public consultation last year on the visitor levy. There was overwhelming public opposition to a visitor levy from across all different sectors and classes of respondents. Just in a second. But that SNP minority administration are still thinking of going ahead with a visitor levy. They haven't ditched the plans. I'll give way to Mr Carson.
Finlay Carson.
Thank the member for giving way. It's very much back to your last point. I think other regions of Scotland need to recognise that rural communities and authorities like Dumfries and Galloway, where we see officers are promoting the idea of a visitor levy because they want the cash. It's not an unbiased survey they're carrying out. It's absolutely directed to councillors to agree to introduce a visitor levy.
I absolutely agree with that point by my friend Mr Carson. He's absolutely right. I've seen surveys too, as Mr Carson has, which start by asking people, how would you like to see this money spent in your community? And even against that backdrop, I think it's so interesting that so many consultations are coming back with a negative response. Because even with that biased wording that's pointing in one direction, people realise there are downsides to this. So, Presiding Officer, the bill before us makes a number of significant changes. It allows councils flexibility to introduce a flat fee visitor levy or a tiered flat fee rather than a percentage. And when we had the original legislation back in 2024, we submitted flat fee amendments at that time, but the SNP and the Greens voted against and Labour abstained. But I'm pleased that following substantial pressure here in Parliament and from the industry outside, the Government has finally accepted its error, and this legislation will give councils greater flexibility. It's just a pity they didn't do that in the first place. And this change has been welcomed by industry representatives. Mark Crothall of the Scottish Tourism Alliance has said a flat fee will be much more transparent and easier to display to the guests. Fiona Campbell of the Association of Scottish Self-Caterers says it was regrettable that challenges were not addressed earlier and the legislation was not fit for purpose from the outset. The second problem which was identified, which again this bill seeks to correct, is the one where booking platforms were not able to properly charge the visitor levy for those staying more than 5 nights, and so businesses then had to process manual refunds for those staying more than 5. And in October last year, David Weston of the Scottish B&B Association said, "We are in a ridiculous and unacceptable situation where hotels and B&Bs are forced to either break the law on the visitor levy or break the laws on price marking and price quoting, because they are literally in a position where the systems can't do it." And in May last year, 78 representatives of the tourism and hospitality industry co-signed a letter to the Scottish Government demanding these problems were sorted out. So, we have this bill before us, which is welcome. But there are, of course, significant problems with the visitor levy, and we highlighted some of these in our amendments at stages 2 and 3. Councils still have the power to charge a levy on those who are travelling within Scotland to stay overnight for medical appointments. And as we heard in the stage 3 amendment discussion last week from my colleague Tim Eagle, Edinburgh Council have granted no exemption for travellers from other parts of the country. And indeed, there's no incentive for them to do that, because these charges don't impact on Edinburgh residents. They do impact on residents from other parts of Scotland, such as the Highlands and Islands, and there's nothing people in the Highlands and Islands or Highlands and Islands Council can do about it. So we should have had a more generous and extensive national exemption scheme to deal with this unfairness, and I also believe we should have considered whether low-cost, affordable accommodation, such as in camping and caravan sites, should have been exempted. So, Presiding Officer, the legislation today will not be the last word on the visitor levy. I hope we will see further revisions in the future, and I hope that in the meantime councils will not see this levy as a means to make up for SNP cuts and will consider carefully the negative impact these levies have on local economies. Hospitality businesses are going to the wall by the week due to rising costs exacerbated by the current rates revaluation. The visitor levy should not be the death knell of the Scottish hospitality and tourist sector. But with that, Presiding Officer, we will support this bill, but there's a lot more needs to be done to support our tourist sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. I now call on Mark Griffin to open on behalf of Scottish Labour. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Given, as the Minister says, this is a short, technical bill, I will keep my remarks relatively brief in the hope that any brevity on my part might allow some more flexibility to members who might be making their last speech in this place. I would like to thank the organisations and individuals whose evidence has been vital in shaping our understanding of this amended legislation. We will support the bill at stage 3 because we do recognise that this legislation seeks to ensure that visitor levies are workable, transparent and responsive to the realities faced by Scotland's tourism sector. What we are considering today is whether the changes made to the original legislation through this bill will improve its operation in practice. We are satisfied that the changes set out in this amending legislation will give greater flexibility for councils, and the introduction of a flat rate option reflects that simplicity and predictability are essential for businesses if the levy is to work effectively for them as well. This recognises the diversity of Scotland's visitor economy. What works in Edinburgh may not work in the Highlands. And we've had a position that has been consistent on the question of exemptions too. We feel that decisions should rightly sit with local authorities. A national approach risks undermining the very flexibility that this legislation is intended to provide. I will.
Murdo Fraser.
I'm grateful to Mr Griffin for giving way, but I wonder if he understands the point that I made a moment ago, which Mr Eagle made last week. Edinburgh Council have no incentive to grant medical exemptions because it doesn't impact on their residents. The people travelling to Edinburgh travel from other parts of the country to use the facilities. So does he not recognise that there's inherent unfairness in people from the Highlands and Islands, for example, having to pay a visitor levy in Edinburgh when it doesn't impact Edinburgh residents?
Mark Griffin.
I do appreciate that has an impact for those travelling, but I have faith in councils in taking a humane decision, because that is what we are doing today. We are devolving power. We are not taking a supranational approach. We are giving councillors the job. We are entrusting councillors to run a scheme in keeping with the needs of their own authorities. And I think it's about time this Parliament did that more rather than less, because throughout the passage of this bill we've been guided by the principle that councils should be trusted to design schemes that meet their local needs. We shouldn't just be considering councils as administrators of central government policy. They are elected under their own mandate to design schemes that fit their own communities. And I think the improvement that this bill has, the improvements that this amending legislation has brought about, has increased that flexibility, and I so support it. I also reflect that the improvements that this bill has addressed were discussed at stage 2 of the original legislation. While it's right that the Government House has now acted, we should reflect on how we arrived at this point in needing amending legislation so soon after passing the original Act. But, Presiding Officer, it's important that we remain clear about the purpose of this bill. It's about making the visitor levy work better in practice. The levy must not be seen as a substitute for proper, sustainable funding for local government. For those reasons, we will support the bill this evening, but we do so with a clear expectation that its implementation will now be handled with the clarity, engagement and competence that businesses, visitors and communities across Scotland deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Griffin. I now call on Ariane Burgess to open on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, this amendment bill is at its heart a technical piece of legislation. It takes what we put in place through the Visitor Levy Act and makes it more workable on the ground. In particular, it gives councils greater flexibility, adding the option of a flat rate alongside the percentage model already available. And that matters because Scotland is not one place. The pressures faced in central Edinburgh are not the same as those in Skye or in our smaller towns and rural communities. Local authorities need the tools to respond to those differences, not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's also worth recognising that these changes have come about through positive engagement. The Scottish Government has worked with industry to understand where the original legislation could be improved and how it could operate more effectively in practice. And that kind of collaboration and co-design is welcome. It strengthened the approach to Scotland's visitors' levies, and it was good to hear the positive feedback from stakeholders during stage 1 of the committee's evidence. But I do think it's important to reflect on how we arrived here. During the passage of the original legislation, there were opportunities for a more constructive approach. Instead, from some quarters, we saw outright resistance to the principle of a visitors' levy altogether. And that was, in my view, a missed opportunity because the pressures that led to this policy have not gone away. If anything, they've intensified. If we'd started from a co-design approach in the first instance, perhaps we could have identified the issues such as the third-party booking issue during that first Visitor Levy Act process. Across Scotland, many of our most cherished places are experiencing the strain of success. From the streets of Edinburgh to the communities in Skye and beyond, increased visitor numbers are putting real pressure on local infrastructure. Roads are deteriorating under heavier use, particularly with the rise in car travel and camper vans. Public spaces, facilities and services are being stretched. And at the same time, we should be clear, Scotland remains an incredibly attractive place to visit. And that is something to celebrate. Tourism brings jobs, supports local economies and connects people to our landscapes, culture and communities. But it also brings cost, and those costs are currently borne disproportionately by local communities and local authorities. And this is where the visitor levy plays a vital role. Up until now, with the first Visitor Levy Act and now this one, those offering accommodation from hotels to short-term lets have benefited from Scotland's appeal without a direct mechanism to contribute to the upkeep of the very places that attract visitors in the first place. And this levy begins to address that imbalance. It's not about deterring visitors, it's about sustaining the places that they come to experience. It allows authorities to reinvest in infrastructure, in services and in the quality of the visitor's experience itself. And by giving councils flexibility in how the levy is structured, whether a percentage or a flat rate, this amendment bill strengthens their ability to do that in the way that reflects local circumstances. Ultimately, it's about fairness and sustainability. Fairness because it's reasonable to ask those who benefit from tourism to contribute to maintaining what makes Scotland special, and sustainability because if we do not invest in our infrastructure and environments now, we risk undermining the very assets that tourism depends on. So this amendment bill is a sensible step forward. It reflects learning, it reflects engagement, and it helps ensure that the visitor levy can work as intended, supporting communities, protecting places and sustaining Scotland's tourism offer for the long term. And I look forward to seeing in the next session other tourist-type levies, including the cruise ship levy and potentially a point of entry levy. So on behalf of the Scottish Greens, I'm pleased to support this bill.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. And I now call on Willie Rennie to open on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Can I first of all commend Tim Eagle, who's having a gossip with Fergus Ewing at the back of the chamber, for resisting the temptation to add lots of bells and whistles to the bill. I think he was restrained, and I think it was an important point, because the Minister, when he came to us, he asked for an expedited process. He asked for our goodwill, because we knew that the parliamentary timetable was incredibly tight, and to add another bill into that mix could endanger other pieces of legislation. So I do commend all the members who took part in that, the committee members, but also the various spokespeople, for keeping it tight. Of course, there was a debate about some elements, including the medical exemptions, which I do agree with and I will return to later. But we did manage to get this through at speed, which is what the industry wanted. And the industry, I have to say, have behaved incredibly professionally. Mark Crofting from the Scottish Tourism Alliance, as well as Fiona Campbell from the Self-Caterers, are professional advocates for their sector, and their sector should be proud of what they do for them. And because they have managed to elevate the sector to an industry that is respected for its economic contribution, but it's also its contribution towards good employment. The sector has been transformed in recent decades. It is now something we can all be incredibly proud of, with great visitor attractions, but also very high standard accommodation as well as restaurants. So the sector is a good sector, and in part it's because of the contribution and the advocacy that they have made. I think this bill is a good bill. I don't think it actually just is a technical bill. I actually think it's more than that. I think it's improving a bill that had a flaw in it. And the flaw was that all of us in the Chamber hadn't really identified that we needed to give local authorities the flexibility that they required in order to make sure that the the levy, when it was applied, was easy to implement. But we've given local authorities that flexibility. Now, just because they've got flexibility, just because they've got the power, doesn't mean they have to use it. This is not a compulsory power. They can choose to implement this or not. And I would urge them to consider carefully the wider economic circumstances that we now face, because we are all having to consider that. Of course we'd like more money for public services, but we all have to consider what the damage that can be done to important sectors by constantly ramping up tax. The message that it sends to the sector, our belief in the sector, and also wider sectors within the economy. So I would urge caution on local authorities about the use of this power, because I think the economy is struggling, as we've all seen that, and any additional cost, certainly in comparison with other parts of the world, can act as a disincentive. So act with caution. Secondly, if the powers are going to be used, make sure that the money that you accrue from this goes into tourism, because I've heard some scary stories about what some local authorities are planning to use this money for, and it does not sound like tourism to me. So we need to make sure that the money is ring-fenced to have direct benefit for the tourism sector, because we need to keep the confidence of that sector for the longer term if we are going to grow our relationship with them. And the final point is the exemption for hospital visits and medical visits, particularly from my colleagues from the Highlands and Islands, where there's long distances, requires overnight stays. They should be giving exemptions for those people. Every council that's implementing this should, now, because they've got the power to do this, they should all be giving exemptions. And I hope the Minister is clearer to local authorities that although it's their flexibility and it's their choice, they should just go on and give the medical exemption, and he should encourage them to do so. So we will support the bill because it's a good bill, that it improves the bill, but just because they've got the power doesn't mean they have to use it.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. We now move to the open debate. I call Evelyn Tweed to be followed by Fergus Ewing. Ms Tweed.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And this will be my last speech in Parliament, so I hope you will indulge me an extra few words today. Tourism is a key industry across Scotland. It is amazing to be able to welcome visitors and share our country and all it has to offer. But high footfall does have an impact on infrastructure. We need to ensure that tourism is sustainable, and the visitor levy is an excellent opportunity to generate income that will only improve the experience for visitors and locals. This bill offers flexibility to ensure this scheme works for local authorities. And I am keen to see how it will be used in my Stirling constituency, which hosts Stirling Castle, Loch Lomond and so much more. Please support the Stage 3 today. My love affair with Stirling was immediate when my family moved to Doon in 2016. The welcoming people, the beautiful scenery, the atmosphere of the Trossachs, just stunning. Now, if someone had told my younger self growing up in a poor housing estate in Ayr that one day I would be an MSP, during a worldwide pandemic, I would not have believed them. One teacher told me I'd amount to nothing after asking me where I lived. However, my great-gran, Jane Brazier, had been through wars, death, hardship, and told me that I'd make something of myself. Thank you, Gran. I've been blessed in my life to be surrounded by wonderful, supportive people. My mum, dad, Sani, my family and friends who are in the gallery today, my husband Asan and children Emily, Ben, Marcus and Stephen. And to my political mentor, David Shearer, for his unwavering advice and good humour. Thank you to my party and members for the opportunity. And let's not forget the great teachers that I had who helped shape my love of life and politics. Mr Mulligan, Mr Johnson and Mr Mochan, Carol's dad. Mainholme Academy no longer exists, but you produced resilient pupils. Thank you for believing in me. After a 25-year housing career, I threw myself into the 2014 independence referendum. I felt alive having conversations about Scottish independence, and to be honest, I still do. This led me to be here today. I come into politics to help people, to listen, to see them and to give them a voice. I strongly believe in equality for all. I know what it feels like to come from poverty, to be homeless, and to feel that no one cares for you. I have loved this part of my role, and I would like to thank everyone who has come to me over the years. I hope I did your cause justice. It has been a privilege to serve you. I would also like to thank my amazing staff team, Scott, Betty, Joanna, John, Mason, Olivia, and colleagues across the Chamber. For future MSPs, please defend our right to a Scottish Parliament. We celebrated our 25th anniversary recently, and I very much hope we will continue to celebrate our Parliament, our right to democracy, and eventually our independence in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Tweed. And I now call Fergus Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I start by congratulating the Minister for having the gumption to do something which doesn't happen a great deal, which is this, by bringing forward this bill, this expedited procedure. And I think it was myself who, from memory, in a motion against, or speaking to the business motion on, I think it was the 18th of December, did suggest that this should be used, not because of any brilliance, foresight on my part, but because Fiona Campbell had, through her researches, worked out that an expedited bill would appear to have been the appropriate vehicle. But I do congratulate the Minister because he took it up. He listened. And he did the right thing by listening. And he accepted by implication that a mistake had been made. And I guess it could be said it be made by us all, although I did vote against the visitor levy bill. But I think the Minister is due congratulations. And the Minister is also, I'm going to embarrass the Minister now by all this praise in front of his colleagues, but the Minister also is known as pro-business, and that's a good thing. And sadly, he is a sort of an oasis of common sense amidst a desert of disdain and disinterest. And that was evident, I'm afraid to say, in the passage of the bill, but not just that, the passage of the short-term let legislation, and in the rates, business rates fiasco, where it was proven beyond any doubt that the rateable methodology employed by the Scottish assessors for self-catering was nuts. It was rejected by England. Completely nuts. That remains an unresolved matter, incidentally, because the assessors have ignored the criticism. They're completely beyond accountability, like so many quangos are. But anyway, I do praise the Minister. This, presiding officer, will be my last speech in this session of Parliament. And I very much look forward to having the opportunity to continue to serve for 7 in a row, if I may say so, in the next session. And I say so that seriously because I'm afraid this session of Parliament has, I think, by any standards, been a session where the tourism sector has not been dealt a fair hand of cards. And that's putting it very mildly indeed. And I was the Tourism Minister for 2 occasions, from 2011 to 2016, and then for 2020 to 2021. I offered the then First Minister to do it because I thought it would be an easy ride to the election, frankly, and it's a great fun working with people in tourism because they're so optimistic. But then COVID happened 2 weeks later, and I spent the rest of the time sitting in conference calls from 9 till 6. I never turned down any request for any meeting. Businesses then were on their uppers. Businesses that were worth £10 million couldn't be sold for £100,000. People were absolutely at the end of their tether. Some people died. I could name them, but that wouldn't be appropriate. The overhanging debt of that is still being worked out. It's still being dealt with. Brexit took their staff away. COVID took their reserves away. And this session of Parliament has taken their spirit, has sapped their spirit and their confidence away. And that's really, really a dreadful thing. The Minister is not responsible for this, but he is part of a government, I'm afraid, that have dealt with tourism in that way. So in conclusion, presiding officer, I really do hope that there can be a fresh start and a fresh approach and value what is, after all, one of the, if not the, most important industry, not just for the Highlands, but for many other parts of Scotland.
Thank you, Mr Ewing. We now move to closing speeches, and I call on Ariane Burgess to close on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Before I get to the points about the legislation in front of us, I just wanted to say a few words about some of my colleagues who are speaking for the final time. So I come to Evelyn Tweed, who I got to know as a member of the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee, and specifically through her determination to bring fairness to the approach that the Scottish Housing Regulator takes to all forms of social housing, but especially the community-led housing. And so I learned a lot from her approach and that tenacity that she showed in that work. I also want to express gratitude to Sarah Boyack, who has consistently and constructively shown up as a voice from the Labour benches, as a voice for climate action. And again, I've learned from her approach, and I hope to bring that into Session 7. Turning to the legislation that we're discussing this debate, this has been a constructive and, I think, important debate, because while this is an amendment bill, it speaks to a much bigger question: how we properly resource local government in Scotland. The changes before us today, particularly the addition of a flat rate option, are sensible. They give councils more flexibility, as we've been discussing, to design a visitor levy that actually works in their area, and they reflect engagement with the industry to make the policy more practical and deliverable. But we should see this bill in its wider context. For far too long, local authorities in Scotland have been asked to do more with less, with limited powers to raise revenue locally, and that has real consequences for services, for infrastructure, and for the resilience of our communities. And the Scottish Greens have been clear that this needs to change. Through successive budgets and negotiations, we've pushed to expand the fiscal powers available to councils, and that includes reforms to the council tax, with new bands being introduced from 26 to 27 to make the system fairer and more progressive. We've also supported measures like the visitor levy because they represent a shift in approach, recognising that local areas should be able to generate revenue in ways that reflect local pressures and local opportunities, and that is exactly what this bill supports. Because the reality is that tourism brings both benefits and costs. While it supports jobs and local economies, it also places demands on roads, waste services, public spaces and local infrastructure. Giving councils the ability to respond to that and to reinvest in their communities is not just reasonable, it's necessary. This is about moving away from a system where local government is overly dependent on central funding towards one where there's a more balanced, empowered, resilient model. Of course, this bill alone does not solve that challenge, but it is part of a broader direction of travel, one that says we trust local authorities and we are willing to give them the tools that they need. And importantly, this has been done in a way that reflects learning. The original legislation set the framework. This amendment improves it, makes it more flexible, more responsive, and more likely to succeed in practice. So in closing, this bill is not just a technical amendment. It is another step towards a fairer and more sustainable system of local government finance, one where communities are better supported, where local decisions can be made locally, and where the success of places, including their success as a visitor destination, helps them sustain the future. And once again, I'm pleased to support this bill on behalf of the Scottish Greens.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call on Sarah Boyack to close on behalf of Scottish Labour. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I hope it's okay that I borrow a minute from my colleague. In the run-up to the 2016 election, I was actually working on a Members' Bill on TVL. I knew it would make a difference in Edinburgh to invest to help address the challenges and opportunities that came from our year-round tourism, culture, housing, local services under pressure. But democracy kicked in and I didn't get elected. So I was absolutely delighted to support the 2024 TVL because it was urgently needed. Although, as Mark Griffin commented, only 2 years later we're back here supporting another TVL bill to address issues not fixed in that bill. Details matter, and I believe we urgently need a new Scottish Government ready to fix the systemic changes our country faces, our NHS, our overcrowded A&E facilities, inadequate mental health support for children that will impact on their lives, and appalling waiting times for adults. One constituent I've been supporting has been told that it's a decade before he gets the help he urgently needs. So for me, it's been a privilege to serve the constituents of Edinburgh Central, then the Lothians. From local campaigning on issues like the Dowey Bath, campaigning for a new eye pavilion, the current campaign to save Marionville Fire Station, and I've been endlessly raising Edinburgh's housing emergency and highlighting the systemic underfunding of NHS Lothian. Finally, as Ariane Burgess commented, I have been campaigning on the need to urgently address our climate and nature emergencies and create decent jobs and empower local communities at the same time. For me, being in here is about delivering change that will benefit my constituents. It's why I stood to get elected in 1999 for the first Parliament. It was personal. My dad chaired the all-party campaign for the Scottish Assembly for a decade in his spare time. And my granny was a Labour activist after the Second World War, so you can imagine the debates in our family. They never stopped. But if you'd told me that I would get elected in 1999, be involved in the coalition negotiations and then become a member of Donald Dewar's cabinet, I really would not have believed it. What taught me was that constructive hard work and using the powers of our Parliament could deliver real change. So for me, it was investing in our railways, Airdrie to Bathgate, Larkhall to Mulgai, Stirling to Alloa, supporting work on the Borders Railway, new Calmac ferries, improving island airports, tackling potholes. I had a £30 million fund. That probably wouldn't sort out Edinburgh these days, and that was for the whole country. Introduced 20s plenty zones, investing in walking cycling infrastructure, our first national planning framework, and set a target, which was quite radical at the time, of 20% of electricity coming from renewables, and delivering legislation to establish our first national parks, Loch Lomond and the Trossachs and the Cairngorms. As a former town planner in Central Region, I was hugely proud. And my first debate in here was on Loch Lomond and the Trossachs National Park, responding to Jackie Bailey's members' debate, an issue we have both been passionate about for decades. In opposition, it's harder to deliver change, but it's about giving a voice to effective campaigning by constituents, such as on the iPavilion, and it can deliver, even if it takes years to get the result we need. I was also very proud to amend housing legislation to support constituents previously who were attempting to make tenement repairs, so it's now more straightforward. But the next Parliament is going to have to work out how to address community heat networks and installing solar panels, which is urgently needed on our tenements. In 2009, I successfully amended the Climate Change Act to include a requirement for all new homes to have whatever type of renewables installed was appropriate to make them more energy efficient. I can thank the then Deputy First Minister for that. You can work out who that is afterwards. But we are now at a point where we need to accelerate action to address our climate and nature emergencies. We urgently need to get our constituents and businesses the support they need now. GB Energy, the UK Warm Homes Plan, does show the way forward, but in Scotland, the 400,000 homes and buildings currently are under risk of flooding don't need warm words, they urgently need action. People are calling out for transformative change. Well-paid, decent jobs in every constituency across the country, community, council and cooperatively owned heat networks and power. It's been an honour, Presiding Officer, to serve in this chamber, to work with MSPs across the chamber. I've had a great team of staff throughout the years. I want to thank them for all their hard work and all the activists and community members that I have worked with and campaigned with. It's been a real privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyack. I now call on Stephen Kerr to close on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Well, first of all, let me pay tribute to Sarah Boyack, who has just spoken. Her speech just now contained a very long list of the very many initiatives that she has been associated with and has pushed as a member of this Parliament. And I would like to, on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives, pay tribute to her service to our country as a minister and indeed as a member. I had not had the privilege of watching Sarah Boyack in action close up until I became a member of the Economy and Fair Work Committee, and I have to say she has an impressive approach to policy in terms of her grasp of detail, her interest and indeed curiosity in how things can come together to work for the betterment of the people of Scotland, and I pay tribute to her. And likewise, I'd like to also say how grateful I am to Evelyn Tweed for her service to the people of Stirling constituency. She and I have a shared passion for the people of the Stirling area, and I'm grateful for her service as a councillor in Stirling Council before she became a member of this Parliament, and I know that she has always striven to do the very best she can, and she was right to pay tribute to her office because she and her team have been a powerful source of good information during difficult times for the people of Stirling, particularly when we had some of that dreadful weather last year, I think it was. I can't remember. Everything just meshes into one after a while. But her office did a fantastic job at communicating the latest information to people of Stirling. So I pay tribute to her for her public service. Now, this has been an interesting debate, and as usual, when it comes to some of these affairs, there's some liberal rewriting of history. That was not a dig at Willie Rennie, although I notice his obsession with bells and whistles was not cured after his last speech at stage 3, when he made repeated reference to bells and whistles. And I think the only problem there has been with the whole process, just to join him in paying tribute to the way that this has all been done, was when we had a postponement of the stage 2 committee
for some bizarre reason, there had been a miscalculation on how many days or how many hours we had to wait until we could have a committee meeting, and it was all a bit much. On the evening before, we were told we wouldn't be having the meeting, and everything had to be rearranged at very short notice. That was the only hiccup, I think, in the whole process. And I think we've all practised maximum self-restraint in not coming forward loads and loads of amendments. But I have to say that he said that he has heard some scary stories about how the revenues from this levy might be used and how they seem to have very little to do with the sector that will have to collect these revenues. And I agree with him, which is why I think I disagree, sadly, because I usually quite like to try and agree with Mark Griffin, but on this occasion I disagree with him in his resistance to the idea that we should put on the bill some encouragement for exemptions for those who are making medical visits, hospital visits, and who have to stay overnight in an area because it is absolutely necessary. And so I'm disappointed that he couldn't see the sense in that. I'm glad that other speakers, including Willie Rennie, saw that that would have been a good idea. And I hope the Minister, in his conclusion to this debate, will do exactly what was suggested to him and give strong encouragement to all of our local authorities to create that exemption for those who are visiting the area because they have to be here or whatever in order to fulfil a medical appointment. I think that Ariane Burgess was not quite right. Again, I'm sorry to inject a note of controversy in what has been otherwise a most agreeable debate when she said that that some of us had made a mistake by opposing the very existence of a visitors' levy. Look, it's in the DNA of the Scottish Conservatives that we will never jump up and down with enthusiasm for new taxes of any description. It's very clearly on the label of our party, what we stand for, that we are against that sort of thing. And one might say, in the spirit of Father Ted, down with that sort of thing. We want to reduce taxes. We want to have simpler taxes and fewer taxes, more effective taxes. And so I don't agree with her that we were wrong to take that approach. And I do think that the Conservatives and other members of this chamber, Fergus Ewing at the back there, made a case for the bill being flawed when it first came through, before the 2024 Act. And I think Fergus Ewing was right to encourage ministers to listen. I think that some of the best examples of good lawmaking that you could possibly see are where a minister who's leading the process is open to listening to what members are saying and what stakeholders are saying in the wider country. And so I do thank the Minister, Ivan McKee, who I think on this occasion has brought some remedy to what was a flawed piece of legislation, bringing post-legislative scrutiny to a new level of competence by introducing this bill in the way that we all encouraged them to. So I congratulate him. And also appreciate the fact that Fergus Ewing is right when he says that he has a pro-business leaning. I can see that I'm out of time. And I will just conclude by saying that although I do not resile from any of the amendments I proposed, I was grateful that he accepted one of my amendments. And ultimately, the test of the visitor levy will be how it works in practice. And I hope it will be open to further reviews as we go down the line, because I'm sure there will be lots of opportunities for a positive critique. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. And I now call on Minister Ivan McKee to wind up the debate on behalf of the Scottish Government. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to members across the Chamber for their contributions. I think it's important to draw out the points of consensus. We have secured considerable cross-party agreement on this bill, and I think as a Chamber we ought to be proud of that. And I'm also grateful to those members who have resisted, as Willie Rennie put it, the temptation to add the bells and whistles to the bill. Given the time frame for this bill, that has helped us to complete scrutiny today with a full day to spare in advance of the conclusion of this session. In recent weeks, when I've spoken to stakeholders about this bill, they have repeatedly highlighted how pleased they are to see politicians from across the Chamber working together. And I think such consensus reflects Parliament at its best, with all parties coming together to deliver legislative improvements for both local government and, importantly, our vital tourism sector. We have spent considerable time working to identify the right approach to supporting investment in our tourism sector, and I think it's important to recognise that comparatively small investments in visitor services can be transformational for communities and visitor experiences, and this has seen with recent investments from the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund in Orkney, £750,000 to the Doonbay Visitor Infrastructure, helping to deliver a visitor hub that serves the needs of both tourism and the local community, reducing pressure on key natural and cultural heritage sites and improving the visitor experience. In the Highlands, £250,000 awarded to the Glencoe Greenway, delivering a new traffic-free active travel route and creating a new path as well as upgrading an existing one. And in Stirling, £230,000 awarded to the Trossachs Scenic Viewpoints, delivering the final stage of the Trossach Visitor Management Project that includes a high-quality landmark viewpoint at the busy Trossachs Pier Visitor Hub. It's something I'm sure that Evelyn Tweed would recognise and congratulate her on our session in Parliament. It's been a pleasure working with her. I know she is hugely committed to the Stirling area and is very keen to see tourism in the Stirling area continue to go from strength to strength with all the tremendous attractions it has to offer, and I wish her every success in whatever she decides to pursue in future. So these types of investments are what the visitor levy revenue is intended to help support, and having a visitor levy scheme in place will help to ensure that local authorities can fund future projects that will boost visitor services without diverting resources from local communities. Presiding Officer, apart from Evelyn Tweed, there were obviously final speeches today from Sarah Boyack. And members might not know this, but I first met Sarah way back in the 1980s, when we were both involved in student politics, a different world and a different time period, a long time ago. And it was great to see her in Parliament when she was re-elected recently. And the long list of her achievements is very impressive across a wide range of policy areas, and likewise wish her every success in her future. Fergus, I thank for his compliments, but I have to let him know very strongly that this SNP government is indeed firmly pro-business, from the First Minister to the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, to the Deputy First Minister, through all members of Cabinet Ministers and members of the party. They absolutely recognise the critical role that business plays in building a strong economy for Scotland, which is the key to a successful future. And comments from Willie Rennie, I agree with him very much on the comments on the leadership of the tourism sector, the tourism industry, critical not just for the revenue and the economic activity it generates, the opportunities it presents to communities across the whole of the country, something that few sectors can match in terms of that geographical reach, but also the hugely important front window it presents for Scotland internationally, which I have no doubt is a key element in our continued success in attracting inward investment, our leadership role in that metric across all sectors, and I think the tourism sector's got a huge role to play in presenting Scotland internationally in the most favourable light. I also recognise that the comments from Willie Rennie and from many members across the Chamber on the issue of medical exemptions, and I think there has been a balance there. Many members recognise that it's for local councils to decide how they apply exemptions, and we should seek to devolve that responsibility as much as possible. But with that responsibility, I think, comes an obligation to recognise many of the issues that have been raised with members, and I can give an undertaking that officials will work with Visit Scotland to include references to medical exemptions in the guidance it's produced for councils to support the implementation of the bill. I'll give way to Willie Rennie.
Could I urge the Minister to be just a little bit clearer and a little bit more direct to local authorities? We do need to have medical exemptions across the board, and I know it's up to local authorities, but can he just give them a little bit more so they fully understand the importance of this?
Minister.
As I said on the record, with that responsibility that we've delegated to councils comes an obligation, I believe, for them to take that very seriously and to recognise the points that have been made in the chamber this afternoon, that those travelling through no fault of their own to other parts of the country for medical treatment, local authorities should very seriously consider how they approach that from an exemption from the visitor levy perspective. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, this bill responds directly to what local authorities and industry have asked for. It provides the clarity, consistency and confidence they need in how visitor levy schemes will operate. And I once again thank all members for their contributions and commend the motion in my name to Parliament. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate on the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill at Stage 3. There will be a short pause before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you.
And the next item of business is a debate on motion 21104 in the name of Jim Fairley on Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill at Stage 3. I invite members wishing to participate to press the request to speak buttons now or as soon as possible. And I call on Jim Fairley to speak to and move the motion. Minister, around 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I move this motion in my name. From the Crofters uprisings in the late 1880s to the Crofters Holding Act of 1886, and the subsequent 10 major Acts of Parliament that have been delivered since then, with the last one being the Crofting Amendment Scotland Act 2013, what we have is the evolution and the embedding of Scotland as a unique crofting nation, with our crofting community as the very heart and soul of what arguably makes Scotland the best small country in the world. The bill we are voting on today is the latest instalment, but certainly not the last instalment of Scotland's crofting story. So I'd like to thank the Rural Affairs Committee for their work and their diligence and their scrutiny and evidence gathering, which has helped to shape and reshape this bill so that it does what we collectively set out to achieve. And that was a simplification of the accumulative bills which I mentioned at the start of my contribution, which in all honesty have left us with remedial work to do in getting the legislation around crofting to be fit for purpose in today's modern Scotland. I believe this bill takes us to that place. And I want to place on the record now my profound and sincere appreciation of the incredible amount of work and engagement that my officials and policy development teams have put in. It has been a gargantuan effort and engagement right across the crofting communities, with the Crofting Commission and with the Land Courts and the Lands Tribunal. And because of that time, that diligence and that extensive engagement, we have come to this Stage 3 debate, knowing that there has been no opportunity lost to maximise the potential for getting to a point where our aims and objectives of bringing this bill forward have been met. So I want to thank everyone who has had a role in helping us get to where we are right now. The final, and I believe the most important thanks, must go to the crofters and the stakeholders themselves. I had the great pleasure of meeting many of them. I enjoyed their crack and their hospitality, but most importantly, I took away that sense of community, of family ties and of the anchor to the land which makes crofting the very heart and soul of our crofting counties. That understanding of what it means to be a crofter are at the epicentre of many of the provisions in this bill, and it's helped us to shape it, to deliver the improvements that I believe that it will. I explained to the Chamber at Stage 1, this crofting reform should not be viewed in isolation, but alongside the work being done by the Crofting Commission. It's important to understand the interplay between the legislation and the Commission's policy plan. This legislation provides the necessary framework, and the plan provides the detail of how the Commission will administer and regulate. Now, I meet with the Crofting Commission regularly. In fact, I met with the Chair and the CEO today, and I know that they care deeply about the communities that they serve. This bill provides the Commission with the tools to support crofters, to tackle breaches of duty and to make stronger decisions on crofting applications that will support active crofting. The bill will also strengthen the role of grazing committees in managing common land and give crofters and their communities a greater say in how the land they work is used. We know how complex crofting law is, but this bill takes some of that complexity out of it. So I want to take a moment to outline some of the real-world improvements this bill will deliver. It will give crofters more options in how they use their land. It will allow approximately 700 people to apply to become a crofter. It will streamline the enforcement of duties in the family assignation processes. It will prevent crofters who are in breach of their duties from profiteering and removing land from crofting tenure. It will prevent the separation of a grazing share from the in by croft unless specifically approved by the Commission. It will give more power to the Commission to approve crofter-led environmental uses of common grazings. Crofters will apply to the Commission for boundary and registration changes, and it will create a power to regulate the transfer of owner-occupier crofter status. This represents significant change. This bill will make crofting regulation less onerous for active crofters and the Commission, and flexible enough to grasp new opportunities and to cope with future challenges. But this bill goes further. It also commits any government to scope and launch a review of crofting law within 3 years of royal assent at the latest. And I have to put on record that if my party is in government, it will be sooner than that. Crofters and stakeholders have been clear about the need for a broader review of crofting legislation and subsequent future reform. This bill will help to lay the foundations of a stronger and healthier future for crofting, where we aim to have increased residency levels and more people actively using their crofts and common grazings. The provision of the bill will support our joint endeavour to breathe new life into crofting communities and to enable rural repopulation. Turning to Part 2 of the bill, I want to begin by recognising the contribution of both the former and the current chairs of the Scottish Land Court, who have each played an important part in the consideration and development of this reform. Part 2 of this bill creates a single judicial body for resolving crofting, agricultural land and valuation-related disputes, bringing together Land Court's specialist remit and the Lands Tribunal wider land and title valuation functions. The Court will continue to work in the long-standing traditions that matter deeply to the community it serves. The statutory requirements for a Gaelic-speaking member, local sittings and the specialist character of the Court all rightly remain. This is a proportionate and practical reform, providing flexibility required to respond to future demands. In concluding my opening remarks, Presiding Officer, I want to reflect on the deep connection and sense of belonging which characterises our crofting communities. The pull and draw of the land, the stewardship of it through generations, that deep sense of community, of culture, it is something that we must cherish and support. That is why I want to reassure you of this Government's commitment to our crofting communities, to a unique way of life, one built upon the hard-won rights of those who refuse to be forced from their own land. And in this age of instability, let their courage and persistence be a lesson to us all. Today, through this bill, we honour that proud legacy as we seek to build on it to secure crofting's place in Scotland's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now, continue. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Presiding Officer. And first of all, can I just declare my register of interest? I have got a small farm, albeit it's not a croft. Crofting is one of the defining features of life in the Highlands and Islands. I'm certainly not the first to say it, but crofting is not simply a system of land tenure. It is a way of sustaining communities, supporting rural families, protecting landscapes. It is a very core part of Highland culture. For generations, crofters have helped shape the character of some of the most fragile and beautiful parts of our country, and their contribution to our rural economy and food production remains enormously important today. That is why legislation affecting crofting matters so deeply to the communities that rely upon it, to my constituents in the Highlands and Islands. As I said at stage 1, there are elements of this bill that I welcome. The bill provides a number of useful technical clarifications and procedural improvements to existing crofting legislation. In particular, attempts to streamline processes, improve transparency and modernise some administrative tasks. There has also been constructive engagement between the Scottish Government and stakeholders prior to this bill's publication, which I think is worth recognising. However, while this bill contains worthwhile measures, it is important that we are not honest about what it is and what it is not. This is not the comprehensive reform of crofting law that many people expected it to be. Members may remember that this Parliament undertook a review of crofting in 2017. At that point, there was an expectation across crofting communities that a full and meaningful modernisation of the framework would follow. Yet here we are, almost a decade later, considering legislation that makes only partial and technical changes. That reality has been recognised by the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee in its Stage 1 report, which highlighted the continued importance of crofting and the cultural, economic and social benefits it brings to rural Scotland. But the committee also recognised that the deeper structural questions around crofting law remain unresolved. Many crofters tell me that the legal framework surrounding crofting remains complex, fragmented and at times difficult to navigate. This bill does not fundamentally address those challenges and leaves wider questions about the future of crofting largely unanswered. Crofting has always been about active land management. The primary purpose as a crofting business for me remains agricultural activity. Through that activity, crofters contribute not only to food production, but to biodiversity, to habitat enhancement, carbon sequestration and the maintenance of the landscapes that define the Highlands and Islands. There are legitimate concerns raised during scrutiny of this bill about the land being used solely for environmental purposes within active management. Environmental benefits are important, but they must not come at the cost of abandonment or absenteeism. Crofting land should not simply become a passive landscape under the banner of rewilding or habitat creation. I don't feel as yet we have asked the question to the communities about what that would mean for them. Active occupation and active land management are at the heart of what crofting means, and that brings us to a broader question that this Parliament will eventually have to confront. What does crofting mean in 21st century Scotland? Because, as I've said before, but it's worth repeating, crofting is not just about land use, it's about the people, it's about the families, it's about those remote rural areas, it's about sustaining Gaelic culture and local traditions, it's about supporting fragile communities that might otherwise face depopulation. In many parts of the Highlands and Islands, crofting provides the foundation for community life, schools, local services and small businesses, often depending on the stability that it provides. If we are serious about tackling rural depopulation in the Highlands and Islands, then crofting must remain a part of the solution. So while I do absolutely support this bill and what it does bring, I do see it as only a first step. The next government, and I'm pleased that the Minister just confirmed that then, must commit to the fuller review of crofting law that crofters have been waiting for many years. We cannot again be only providing an update, because crofting deserves more than that piecemeal reform. It deserves a clear, modern and coherent framework that protects its traditions while ensuring it can thrive in the decades ahead. And before I finish, Presiding Officer, I'm acutely aware that we've got 3 people doing their final speeches today, and whilst my colleague Jamie Howker-Johnson will talk about that later on, can I just give a personal thanks to Rhoda Grant, who has been a pleasure to serve with you on the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee. You are a determined and principled voice for the Highlands and Islands, and I think we will deeply miss you, actually, in the Highlands and Islands. To Richard Leonard, I don't want to say this on public record, Richard Leonard was a slight crush of mine during his early days as leader of the Scottish Conservative the Scottish Labour Party, in a good way, because every time you stood up to speak, I didn't agree with what you said, but the determination that you brought in your passion for workers' rights is quite something to behold. So I don't necessarily agree, but you, and to this day, I'm captivated whenever you stand up, Richard Leonard, for what you say. And finally, to my own colleague, see, I didn't want to say that on public record, and to my own colleague, Edward Mountain.
I'm rather relieved you haven't said that through the chair either, Mr.
my apologies, Presiding Officer. And finally, to my colleague, Edward Mountain, who has just been an incredible campaigner for rural Scotland. This Parliament will miss Edward Mountain, I think, greatly, who has worked across benches and within the Scottish Conservative Party, and, of course, for his strong work with the Scottish Stoma Forum and everything you believe is that. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle. And I call Rhoda Grant. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to Tim Eagle for his kind remarks as well. This is a lot of thank yous, because I want to thank all those who helped us with our work on the bill, both Parliament staff in the committee and in the legislation team as well, those who give evidence to the committee, the bill team and the Minister for their very constructive discussions throughout the process. A special thanks must go to Donna Smith and Susie Stuhlinger from the Scottish Crofting Federation, and Donna is in the gallery again today. Their evidence and assistance was incredibly important to this bill, and they must feel rightly to have a great deal of ownership of it as well. The bill, as far as it goes, will hopefully put in place some protections, but also make administration of crofting a little easier, and we will support it tonight. As Tim Eagle said, it was not the bill that was promised. We all expected an overarching bill that put crofting on a firm footing for the future. And that's unfinished business, but neither can that be done at the end of a Parliament like this one. This bill was supposed to be early in the parliamentary term, yet it will be the last legislation we pass. An overarching crofting bill won't be easy. Crofting has evolved throughout the crofting counties in very different ways. So the way crofting works in the Western Isles is very different to the way it works in Shetland, and different again to the Moray Firth and the West Coast. And therefore, a new bill must strip the legislation back to what crofting was set up to do. And Crofting was devised as a result of the Land Raider protests to give people access, secure access to land. People from the Highlands and Islands were prosecuted and jailed for simply asking for land on which to work and feed their families. And these early crofters were politically astute. They set up their own political party affiliated to the Highland Land League, and they had 5 MPs elected in 1885. The Crofter Party was a predecessor to the Labour Party. In 1886, a year after that election, where they elected 5 MPs, the Crofters Holding Scotland Act was passed, and we have to learn from the speed that they worked. The Act established the Crofting Commission and led to reduced rents. And they were the first land reformers, and this, sadly, is a struggle that continues today. Presiding Officer, this will be my last speech in the Parliament, and it feels apt that it's about Crofting, because one of the first cross-party groups I was involved in setting up was the cross-party group on Crofting, and it feels like it's come full circle. It would be wrong of me in my last speech, however, not to pay tribute to some people. So to start with, to Maureen McMillan and Peter Peacock, who were elected in the Highlands and Islands regional list with me in the first Parliament, and David Stewart, who joined us thereafter. I shared staff with all 3 of them, too many staff to mention here, but I want to thank them all for their work and support. A special thanks goes to my current team, Andreen, Laura, Stuart, Michael and Emily. They have been a fabulous support to me and my constituents, and we should remember as MSPs we could only achieve a fraction of what we do if it were not for those who work with us, and I thank them for that. I also want to thank our Scottish Labour staff pool and the parliamentary staff who support us so well. It's quite funny, the last few weeks I've been seeing people and thinking to myself how much I'm going to miss them. It'll be strange not being here, but I'm going to enjoy watching the new Parliament come together. And I'm also looking forward to spending a lot more time with my long-suffering family. Special thanks to Mark, my husband, and the rest of the family for their support over the years. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, can I say, be kind to each other, debate and disagree, of course, but be respectful when doing it. We're all here to make our country a better place, and for me, I want to see the Highlands and Islands thrive. I want people to understand our unique way of life, often different throughout the region, but I want people to respect our culture and heritage, not to trample on it. And most of all, I want our people to have equality of service and infrastructure, equality so that our young people can access opportunity by staying rather than leaving. And I urge the next Parliament to achieve that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Grant. I now call Ariane Burgess. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, Crofting is a vital part of Scotland's cultural and social heritage, as well as its future. It's a social and economic glue that holds rural and island communities together, offering us a template for low-impact land management that, if adopted more widely across Scotland, could help us meet the major challenges presented by the climate and biodiversity crisis, support fair access to land and food, and provide an antidote to rural depopulation. While I'm pleased stakeholders are largely happy with the bill's contents, it must be said, as others have already, that this legislation is something of a missed opportunity. It's been in the pipeline for a decade, and yet we have before us today a fairly technical what we have before us is fairly technical and not the ambitious reform crofters have been crying out for. Key elements that are missing include tighter regulations on the market in tenancies to make crofting more accessible, a scheme to create more crofts on public land, and moves towards a Scotland-wide expansion of where crofting can take place. Presiding Officer, we must ensure that the next government uses the review of crofting legislation that was secured by me and Tim Eagle to deliver the much-needed solutions to these issues to secure crofting's future. I'd like to express my thanks to the stakeholders who've worked with me on the bill. The Scottish Crofting Federation and Community Land Scotland have provided excellent support on Part 1. Ramblers and in the Environmental Rights Centre Scotland have also been very helpful in proposing amendments, and it's been good to collaborate on making meaningful changes to Part 2. I'd also like to thank the Minister and his officials for their constructive approach in meetings about this legislation. Turning to specifics of Part 1, despite the overall lack of ambition in this bill, some welcome progress has been made on giving crofters the right to put land to environmental use and ensure a fairer balance of rights between the crofting community, the public interest and landlords and estates. And I trust that these changes will allow crofters to do their bit for Scotland's nature and climate and enable landscape scale change so that we meet our biodiversity and emissions reduction goals. Biodiversity in particular being key to ensure our nation remains resilient in the face of global ecosystems collapse. My concern is that it's unclear who's entitled to the financial benefit of this vital work. And while I understand this bill isn't the place to resolve carbon offsetting, I urge the next government to commit to investigating this issue through primary legislation to allow crofters and other land users to work with full confidence. This isn't an endorsement of the carbon offsetting system. Instead, it's acknowledgement that it's here and needs regulating in the interest of fairness, community wealth building and democratising Scotland's land. Part 2 of the bill is a sensible idea and principle and will give crofters as well as other stakeholders a clear destination for their legal cases. It's especially pleasing to note that the new Scottish Land Court will have jurisdiction over access rights, and this will allow for better, fairer access to justice in this area, something that we can only improve outcomes for everyone, not just those with the deepest pockets. My Stage 3 amendment that will see land access guidance updated for the first time in 2 decades, and the Minister's amendment to review the operation of the Land Court, something I pushed for at Stage 2, will ensure that new jurisdiction works as effectively as possible in the years to come. So to wrap up, the Scottish Greens support the bill, but we do want to see further reform in the next session to ensure a viable future for crofting for generations to come.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call Beatrice Wishart. Up to 4 minutes, Ms Wishart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am pleased to speak for the Scottish Liberal Democrats on the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill at Stage 3. And can I also add my thanks to the Rural and Island Affairs Committee convener, members and clerks, the Bill team, those who gave evidence and the many organisations that sent briefings on the amendment stages of the Bill. As I stated in this chamber at Stage 1, reform of the legal landscape around crofting has been slow to emerge, something that others have already highlighted today. Today's bill is a welcome step, but it's not lost on those in the crofting counties that has been left by the Scottish Government right to the end of this parliamentary session. Similarly, the long-awaited Rural Support Plan has been published by the Scottish Government today, and it's disappointing that this Parliament has no time to scrutinise it. Delays like this could create the perception that the Scottish Government does not recognise the importance of agriculture and crofting to Scotland. At Stage 2, I put forward the Law Society of Scotland's suggestion to provide certainty around the involvement of family members or hired labour in a crofter's fulfilment of their duties. The wording that specified this assistance is permissible was removed by the 1993 Crofting Act, and my amendment, which was accepted by the committee, reinstated this wording. I'm grateful to the Minister for working with me to ensure this wording is replicated in the section on owner-occupied crofters, providing consistency. Presiding Officer, it's long past time to have a serious review of crofting legislation, to stop making minor adjustments around the edges and consolidate it together. During Stage 3, my party and I supported the Scottish Government's amendment that requires a review of crofting law to begin within 3 years of royal assent. This review must be prioritised in the next parliamentary session and not be left to the last minute. Crofters have waited too long already, and I'm concerned about the timescale and don't want to see another parliamentary session slipping by without adequate time being given to the much-needed review and action. And that review must engage crofters from across the crofting counties. They are the ones who need to tell the Scottish Government what they envisage crofting should look like in the coming decades, what is needed, not the other way round. The Scottish Government will need to not only understand how crofters approach crofting today, but how it is changing and how they envisage the regulatory framework working for them in the future. The review will need to capture the differences in crofting practice across the crofting communities, so these can be recognised in its recommendations. During the bill's scrutiny, there were discussions about the complexities of common grazings. The specific review of the operation of common grazings, which must take place within 5 years, should be taken together with the overall review. Presiding Officer, the tradition of crofting is the backbone of agriculture in Shetland. It is very important to all rural and island areas where working the croft land provides economic and environmental benefits, enriching our cultural heritage and community and helping to counter depopulation. It's time for politicians from across Scotland to recognise and value crofting and its contributions to the rural island areas of the crofting counties. Scottish Liberal Democrats will support the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill today, but it must be a stepping stone to wider crofting reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. We move to the open debate. I call Alistair Allen to be followed by Edward Mountain. Up to 4 minutes, Dr Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'm pleased that my final contribution in this session of Parliament will be about a subject as important to my constituents as crofting. And I would likewise wish to pay tribute to the contributions that have been made on this issue over the years, not by many members, but not least by Rhoda Grant and by Edward Mountain. This bill has been in the works for a long time. Following the Shucksmith report in 2008, the Crofting Reform Act was passed in 2010. The so-called Crofting Law Sump in 2014 also concluded that a significant overhaul of existing crofting legislation was still required. And as the Minister has outlined, 140 years of successive Crofting Acts have created a complex legal situation that is not currently serving crofting particularly efficiently. So this bill is a very welcome move to simplify some of that picture. I very much hope, like others, to see further and more comprehensive legislation soon. Meanwhile, it is important, and other members have mentioned this, not to lose sight of the reasons for crofting law and the origin of it. Throughout the 19th century, the people of the Highlands and Islands faced persecution and eviction systematically at the hands of some landlords who increasingly viewed humans as unprofitable. After the Napier Commission examined these issues in the early 1880s, as has been mentioned, 5 MPs for the Crofters Party were elected, and this pressure led to the Crofters Holding Scotland Act finally being passed in 1886. For the first time, crofters had legal security of tenure and the right to fix a fair rent. Now, it is rare that any sector wants tighter regulation. However, the history I recount there means that crofters are very aware that this traditional, culturally vital way of life requires legislation to sustain and protect it. And this bill is a step forward in what must be a longer process of crofting law reform. This bill streamlines administrative processes, frees up the Crofting Commission to focus on its enforcement duties and combines the functions of the Scottish Land Court and the Land Tribunal of Scotland. This tackles at least some of the areas on which there was the greatest consensus amongst stakeholders. The next piece of legislation will have to be more comprehensive. However, I believe the crofting community is supportive of the general principles and indeed the final form of the bill before us today. I was pleased to secure a number of amendments at stage 2, which, for example, give ministers the power to regulate the transfer of owner-occupied crofts, preventing a right to buy where a crofter is in breach of their duties, the explicit inclusion of enforcement duties in the Crofting Commission's responsibilities, and introducing a more practical and proportionate civil rather than criminal penalty where there is a failure to uphold certain duties. Other members also improved the bill, and I would like to thank colleagues for supporting those and other amendments last week, which those amendments relate to grazing shares and the involvement of the Commission, where necessary, on grazing committee applications for environmental or forestry use of common grazings. So I look forward, Presiding Officer, depending on the voting intentions of my constituents, to working with the next government on the additional legislation which will be required. But in the meantime, this bill is an important step forward on the road to crofting legislation, and I would urge members to give it their support.
Thank you, Dr Allen. I call Edward Mountain. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. As this is my last speech in the Chamber, I hope the Minister will excuse me if I only briefly touch on the Crofting Bill. It's nothing like we were promised in 2016, and I agree with him that Crofting needs a simpler future that secures our heritage, our rural population and our national language. I hope, like him, therefore, this bill is just an appetiser and a step into a future bill. Now, Presiding Officer, I'm sure he and many other members of this chamber will be very pleased that I won't be here to lodge 1 or 2 amendments, which he could guarantee I would be if I was. Presiding Officer, I'd like to take some time to offer some comments on my experience, having been very privileged of having been a member of the Highlands and Islands MSP group for the last 10 years. Presiding Officer, I've found the formulaic nature of this Parliament quite difficult and quite stifling. Everything we do follows procedures and timings. For me, 4-minute speeches kill debate and really only prove to me that the person giving it can read. Pre-supplied questions to the government also demonstrates the power of good briefings as well as good reading skills. I also found the never-ending creep of partisan party control deeply unhelpful. I think we should all resent parties choosing who gets supplementary questions and who gets to speak in speeches. I wish the presiding officer could do that and put on the person with the knowledge and the experience to do that. I strongly believe, presiding officer, we need less party dominance and more individuals, putting party politics to one side, because we have to remember we all came here for one reason alone, and that was to make Scotland a better place. So we have no differences except in the way we deliver making Scotland better. And I just wish that we could work more across the chamber to make that happen. Now, presiding officer, I'd also have to say that I've found convening committees in this Parliament for nearly 10 years quite interesting. I respect absolutely the committee system, but I do think it's truly broken. All but a few of the committees in this Parliament have government majorities, majorities that can be whipped to get legislation through. And I don't think that's suitable, because for me it leads to and is the root cause and framework and bad legislation. I wish we could find a way of making those committees work more as a revising chamber than they do at the moment. The other thing that frustrated me, and I think many people across Scotland, is the constant defections that we hear. Cries, if only we had the tools, the levers of power that we need. I would gently remind politicians in this place, this is all about what is possible, and much of it is possible within this Parliament. Scotland wants and expects us to make things happen. By all means, campaign for more powers. I totally accept that. But remember the old French proverb, when it comes to delivery. It's bad workmen that blame their tools. Now, presiding officer, I'd like to give also 3 bits of advice to those people coming on. The first one is to be kind. Remember, when you come to work in this building, your job is important, not so much you. Spare a thought for those 1,700 people who make this place work. Don't ignore them. It is they that make it possible to do what you do on a daily basis. Make friends across the chamber. I think I've tried to do that, and it's delivered for me. And I'd also say focus on one issue. My issue found me, and indeed campaigning for better health outcomes across the Highlands will not leave me when I leave here. Presiding officer, I'd like to thank you for your indulgence and the chamber, and I wish everyone leaving here success, and my team and indeed my family my heartfelt gratitude for their support. For those that get elected in May, I wish them luck. Making Scotland and all our lives better is really important. Remember, we that are leaving will be watching.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We move to closing speeches, and I call Ariane Burgess up to 4 minutes. Ms Burgess.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to start by paying tribute to some of those who've spoken today and are stepping down, and I hope I don't pick up the tears that my colleague Edward Mountain has brought into the chamber, that depth of feeling. Edward Mountain, while we may come from very different perspectives, he's always been willing to reach across the many aisles between us to work constructively as a fellow member and convener. We have found common ground on a number of issues, including salmon farming and climate change, and I very appreciate our work that we've done together in those areas. Beatrice Wishart, who has been a strong advocate for Shetland and an infrastructure passion that we both share, fixed links. Rhoda Grant, who has been an incredible champion for crofting. I've seen that come to the fore through this piece of legislation, and a force for the Highlands and Islands, as well as her call for the right to food. And Richard Leonard, I do also share Tim Eagle's enthusiasm about Richard Leonard's speeches in the Chamber. And I really appreciate the kind of tag team approach we took around getting something improved for seasonal worker accommodation. And I'm looking forward to taking that forward in the next session. My thanks also must go to the team that put this bill together and to the Parliament legislation team, which has been very supportive of amendments. In terms of what's at hand today, I'd like to close the debate for the Greens by saying that we do support the bill. It ties up loose ends, which are creating problems for today's crofters. But as I said earlier, it's not ambitious enough to ensure crofting's long-term future. And I look forward to working with the government to create something that will see crofting flourish and expand. There are a multitude of challenges before us that crofters will need support with so that they can adapt and thrive. For example, the 2045 net zero target is edging ever closer, and we also have the Good Food Nation commitments to consider. The job of the Scottish Government is, in both instances, is to prepare the ground for crofters and enable them to make the most of the opportunities these present. And we're moving in the right direction, but more haste is needed given the severity of the challenges on the horizon. Elements of the legislation will help crofters to begin the process of adaptation, but there was room in this bill to speed things up. At stage 2, we proposed giving crofters the benefits from environmental use, an environmental use advice service and public financing. Had these been accepted, crofters would have had the means and the confidence to pick up the pace on climate and nature. At the same time, these amendments would have fostered thriving crofting communities with a more equal distribution of wealth, greater financial security and a clearer route forward when it comes to putting the land to environmental use. These ideas shouldn't disappear with this bill. They need further consideration by the next government in its review of crofting legislation. This review should also aspire to create a system that's easier to access. The new entrants are going to be the lifeblood of crofting's future, and we need to pave the way for new faces by levelling out the market in croft tenancies and simplifying the legislation so it's clearer and more coherent for those who aren't yet part of the crofting community. There was also an opportunity to create rapid positive change in Part 2 of the bill. We pushed this government to consider giving the Land Court further environmental jurisdiction with a view to using it as a foundation for an environmental court. For too long, Scotland has been in breach of its Aarhus Convention obligations, with little meaningful movement by successive governments to rectify this situation. If Scotland is to become an independent nation that's trusted and respected on the international stage, we need to meet all the requirements of the treaties we've signed up to. To its credit, the government's amendment to review the court's operations will look at this. The Scottish Greens stand ready to work with the next government to deliver more ambitious reforms for crofters, and I sincerely hope work can start early in the next session.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call Richard Leonard. Around 4 minutes, Mr Leonard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is my last speech to Parliament as a member after 10 years. And as a backbencher and a frontbencher, as a party leader and a committee convener, I've always tried to speak out, not only for the Labour and trade union movement who sent me here, but for all of those oppressed, denied justice, exploited, voiceless. And so, for those seasonal migrant workers, toiling on our farms, for the miners still demanding justice, and for our crofters, whose historic land rights and security of tenure this Parliament must not merely defend, but must advance, and so let flourish. It feels right to make my final speech in a debate led for Labour by Rhoda Grant, whose unswerving, loyal support to me in Parliament I have valued above all others. And in a debate which at its very essence is about power, is about wealth, is about control, and its ugly, unequal distribution. It's a debate as well on this distinctively Scottish landholding system, and so a debate which reminds us of the very reason why so many of us fought so hard for so long for this Parliament to be created. Although I am bound to say that this Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill is another example of a government bereft of ambition. When we needed radical reform, we find timidity and mediocrity. 8 years in the making, the government has come up with a largely technical bill, which we will vote for, but it is the same formula which the government has been habitually serving up on the broader question of land reform, on a national care service, on community wealth building. When we need real change, we are presented with a tepid continuity, with the result that too much power still rests in too few hands, from the commanding heights of our economy to the ownership of our land, where the old aristocracy and the new billionaire class, too often absentees both, remain in charge. And yet we still hear calls, even during this Stage 3 debate, in this, the third decade of the 21st century, we hear it in this Parliament, for the entitled voice of the laird and the privileged status of the landlord to be afforded their due place, as if they were a silent, they were an underrepresented class in our society. If only they were. I have always believed that we make our own history, and we have seen glimpses of what is possible, from the abolition of feudalism in the first parliamentary session to public ownership of the railways in this. Reminders that we can be ambitious, that we can have vision, that we can give people hope, that we can redistribute power and wealth. So I don't despair. My head is not bowed. I remain optimistic that we can return to radical reform, including of crofting, in the next Parliament. Before I finish, before I leave for the very last time, I want to thank the outstanding people who have worked with me over the last 10 years. Billy Macaulay, Thomas Mulvey, Craig Miller, Leslie Brennan, Lauren Harper, Linda Shevlin, Rich Simcox, and the one person who's been there from the very first to the very last, Mike Holmes. And to my family, without whose love and support I would never have been here, never been able to lead the Scottish Labour Party, never been able to fight the good fight. And let me thank especially my wife, Karen, who has been with me day and night through the ups and downs of a life in frontline politics. I don't know where I would be without her. So let me finish where it all began. 2 years after the very first Crofters Holdings Act was passed, in direct response to the land raids, the forced Highland clearances, the battles against eviction, resistance often led by the women of the Crofts, it was the Crofters, led by their MP, Dr G.B. Clark, and the miners, led by Keir Hardie, who came together with the Scottish Home Rule Association in 1888 to found the Scottish Labour Party. It was a turning point in history. So let my closing words in this Parliament be the closing words of James Keir Hardie in From Serfdom to Socialism. They speak across the centuries. They echo down the ages. Let this be my parting hymn. Socialism, with its promise of freedom, its larger hope for humanity, its triumph of peace over war, It's binding of the races of the earth into one all-embracing brotherhood. Must prevail.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. I now call Julia Halker-Johnson. Around 5 minutes, Mr Halker-Johnson.
And now for something different, Presiding Officer. And I draw members' attention to my register of interest as a partner in a farming business, a member of SLE and NFU Scotland, and as a Crofting landlord. I will turn to part 1 of the bill. It bears repeating that while legislative framework for crofting was first laid out in the 19th century, the practice retains an important role in crofting counties up to the modern day, one that is much, as others have said, about society and culture as it is about land tenure. This is, of course, far from the first piece of reforming legislation for the crofting sector, and it will not be the last. At stage 1, I observe that while the bill is paving the way for further changes down the line, that fact should not be an excuse for a bill that cannot stand on its own merits or make a positive and meaningful difference in its own right. And this process of reform is essential to ensure the survival of crofting. But the crofting of tomorrow will doubtlessly be quite different, and the process of evolution has been a major contributing factor in its continued relevance. As a result of the consultation around this bill and the lengthy process of discussions that predate it, we now have a considerable body of evidence to draw on for that future legislation. I would, however, guard against the assumption that there can only be one vision for the future of crofting. Ultimately, there will be many areas of disagreement, and in many cases this bill has kicked those questions further down a very long road. Consultation cannot be a substitute for a clear vision, and that is where I think this bill and the Scottish Government's approach falls some distance short. Reform has also been slow-going. In all reality, we could have dealt with many of the issues raised in this bill years ago, rather than squeezing them in under the wire on the very last week of this session. And it's my hope that the same sort of inertia on crofting reform is not a feature of the next session, and the next Scottish Government, whatever colour it is, will need to be mindful of its role, not only to consult but to actively make choices and to move things along where possible. Part 2 of the bill has, of course, resulted in a greater degree of consensus around the Chamber. Some concerns around resourcing that arose from the consultation were noted at stage 1. Tim Eagle and Ariane Burgess also brought forward amendments at stage 2, now reflected in the Government's successful stage 3 amendment for a review mechanism for these changes, and I welcome that approach. And to turn to the contributions at stage 3, in her last legislative amendment as a member of this Parliament, my fellow islander Beatrice Wishart successfully introduced Amendment 1 on the application of duties to owner-occupied crofters, a measure that we were pleased to support. Among other members standing down is another islander, Rhoda Grant, who has made a significant contribution to this bill with her amendments and helped to guide it across the stages. Rhoda Grant is one of those elected first in 1999 to this Parliament and will take with her a wealth of experience. This was her last speech in Parliament, and can I pass on the best wishes of all on these benches as well. It was also Richard Leonard's final speech in this Parliament, and I can't believe I've got to say this, but I don't have a crush on Richard Leonard, despite others in this Parliament quite clearly, well, I mean, not if you're going to demonstrate a crush, but...
I don't have a crush on Richard Leonard, but I tell you, I've known Richard Leonard for over 40 years. He has lost none of his fire and passion and principle, and for that reason, on these benches, we quite admire Richard Leonard.
Well, I can agree with that. I served with Richard Leonard on the Economy Committee, and while I accept his politics and mine will probably never align, I know he has served those who he does represent in this place extremely well, and not always as welcome on the front benches of his own party sometimes. Can I pay special tribute to my Highlands and Islands Conservative colleague Edward Mountain, whose work on this bill has been a representative of his usual approach, securing a commitment to customer responsiveness from the Crofting Commission with his amendments, and also a commitment to consultation on common grazings ahead of future legislation, and at least positive indication from the Minister on the issue of landlord representation and involvement with the Commission. Edward Mountain has been a good friend and a great colleague to me over my 9 years in Parliament, my 9 years so far, I hope, and has always provided sage advice and support, and he has been a staunch ally and combative voice for those people and businesses outside of our urban areas, and with his passion for rural Scotland and experience of rural issues absolutely unrivalled. The Scottish Conservatives have always been the party that stands up for rural Scotland, and Edward Mountain has very much been at the vanguard of that. Yeah. To say that we on these benches and many across the Highlands and Islands region and across rural Scotland will miss him is an understatement. Presiding Officer, there is a great deal of expertise and experience around this chamber today that we know will be sadly absent from the next Parliament. When significant reforms are taking place, I do hope that new members look back on the contributions of those around the chamber who have examined this issue and reflected on it in detail. While recognising that there is a great deal of consensus around the chamber about crofting reform and recognition that change must come, we must acknowledge the need for a clear plan for the future. I hope that is something that can be dealt with earlier in the next session and draws on the work that has taken place both before and during this bill's parliamentary stages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Halker-Johnson. I call on the Minister to wind up the debate. Up to 6 minutes, Mr Minister.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And as I close this debate, I would like to take this final opportunity to thank all of the stakeholders that have contributed to the development of this bill. As I said in my opening remarks, the views of the grassroots crofters and stakeholders has been crucial in better understanding the needs and concerns of crofters and landlords. The lived experience that they have given us has helped shape this bill. It has also allowed us to identify and address potential issues early and to develop the solutions. Consultation and continued engagement has highlighted that there is widespread support for this bill throughout the Crofting counties. I'd also like to just take a moment to thank the members who have spoken in the debate today. There have been some very thought-provoking contributions, and I'll continue to reflect on the points that have been made. However, I would like to touch on one or two of the issues that have been raised. I have to say, when we started this debate, I was never expecting to hear Tim Eagle's crush on Richard Leonard. That was absolutely a surprise of the afternoon. But his points about abandonment, meaning environmental development, that's not possible in the provisions of this bill, and we put amendments in to make sure that that wasn't the case. Rhoda Grant rightly talked about Donna Smith and Susie Stellinger, and I apologise, Susie, if I've pronounced your name wrong. Their involvement in this bill has been fundamental in making sure we got it right. But we didn't promise an overarching bill. This was always a bill of technical fixes, and the reason for that was because the consultation in 2017 was split in what the crofting communities wanted. It was they who put the division in that thinking. Yes, I'll take that.
While the Minister didn't promise an overarching bill, his predecessors had promised an overarching bill, and it was supposed to be not this term in Parliament, but the last term in Parliament, so we've been waiting some time for it.
Minister.
So I'll reiterate the point I've just made. The 2017 consultation was split on what this bill should actually deliver, and that's why we have a technical fixing bill at the moment with some very important changes. Ariane Burgess, I'd like Ariane Burgess to take note as a result of talking about new opportunities. We've just announced 17 new farming opportunities in Scottish forestry land and estate land. Now, that might not be crofting, but the Commission are currently working with the Scottish Land Matching Service right now to ensure that we are creating opportunities in the very near future. That is our commitment to making sure that we get new blood, not just into crofting, but into farming as well. Beatrice Wishart, I am going to have to push back on Beatrice Wishart, saying that this government doesn't care about rural Scotland. Myself and the Cabinet Secretary have worked tirelessly to find workable solutions through the ARC Act, through the National Environment Bill and through today's Crofting Reform Bill. However, I wish her very well in whatever it is that she chooses to do. I don't think this is her last contribution today, but I give her my very best wishes. Alistair Allen, he has worked incredibly hard to ensure that his amendments were passed to add considerable value for his constituents. So I'd like to take a moment just to thank all the members who have spoken in today's debate. As I say, there's been some very thought-provoking points raised, and they are things that I will certainly take away with me. And if I do come back as the Minister, then it's certainly something I'll have in my mind. But for today, I hope that all members are going to support this bill, because it will deliver for their people and for our communities. Crofting is such a rich part of Scotland's fabric. It is part of our heritage, and it is indeed a part of our identity as a nation, but it is also part of our future. And this bill is about securing that future and ensuring that crofters and crofting communities grow and continue to thrive in the years and the decades to come. Today marks a significant staging post in that journey to securing the future of this crofting, a future and a way of life which this government is determined to support and I'll urge members to support that bill. But, Presiding Officer, if I may, I'd like to take a moment or two to pay tribute to a number of members for whom today's debate marks their final contributions in this Parliament. Richard Leonard, as he said, he's stood since 2016 up until 2026, and he has been a consistent and resolute in staying true to his socialist principles and a proud champion of workers' rights throughout his parliamentary career. His passionate speech during the Stage 3 debate of the Land Reform Bill and his passionate speech today was a powerful reminder of his deeply held principles. It would be helpful if his firebrand speeches were accurate, but we won't go into that right now, Richard. Comrade, I wish you well in the future. This also marks Edward Mountain's final contribution. Although, with Edward, you never really know. He might actually come back tomorrow and add something else. There are many things in which Edward and I passionately disagree, but that is beyond doubt. But what we do have in common is a genuine passion and love for rural Scotland. Scottish politics has come so far since the reconvening of this Parliament, a place where rural Scotland in all its diversity can be represented, from a humble working-class shepherd to our very own landowning baronet. And that's just a small landowner, just to clarify. Joking aside, I have really enjoyed our robust debates, and I thank the member for his insightful contributions to Scottish public life and his discourse over his tenure, and I very much wish him well in whatever he decides to go on and do. Turning finally to Rhoda Grant, and I say this in all sincerity, Rhoda will be sorely missed in this chamber. Having served almost continuously since 1999 in 5 of the 6 sessions of Parliament as an MSP and a party spokesperson, she is without doubt one of the few who has had the honour of seeing this institution grow and mature from those early days of devolution. And through my tenure as a Minister, and prior to that as a fellow member of the Rural Affairs Committee, I have observed Rhoda's work. She has shown a steady and quiet determination to be a champion for the people of the Highlands and Islands and on a diverse range of very important issues, not least the Domestic Abuse Scotland Bill, which was passed in 2011. As Rhoda put it so eloquently in her own words, it's the people that make the Parliament. So on behalf of my government, of the Government and my fellow MSPs, I wish her all the very best for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes the debate on the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill at Stage 3. It's now time to move on to the next item of business. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21179 on a motion on legislative competence for the Crime and Policing Bill UK legislation. I call on Angela Constant to move the motion. Cabinet Secretary.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on the motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21166 on a motion of legislative consent on the Tobacco and Vapes Bill UK legislation, and I call on Jenny Minto to move the motion. Minister.
Moved.
Thank you. The question on this will also be put on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21167 on a motion of legislative competence, legislative consent, on the Armed Forces Bill UK legislation, and I call on Graham Day to move the motion. Minister.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on this motion will also be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21168 on a motion on legislative consent for the Railways Bill UK legislation. I call on Fiona Hislop to move the motion. Cabinet Secretary.
Moved.
Thank you. And I call on Sue Webber.
Oh, that's fine. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate, albeit briefly, on the legislative consent motion for the Railways Bill. As colleagues know, the Railways Bill represents a significant reshaping of how rail services and rail infrastructure will be overseen across Great Britain. The Scottish Conservatives recognise that many of the provisions before us are technical in nature and that they will follow extensive engagement between both governments. But we also recognise that the bill does not alter the Scottish Minister's existing powers over ScotRail, Caledonian Sleeper, or the funding and specification of rail infrastructure in Scotland. And it is clear that in several respects the bill strengthens formal consultation duties and provides a clearer framework for interaction between the governments. And these are sensible steps. However, Presiding Officer, our party has a long-standing commitment to a rail system that grows rather than restricts choice, competition and freight capacity. And that brings me to the principal issue that prevents me from supporting the LCM today.
My concern is focused squarely on the future of open access operators and freight services. And these operators, such as those running commercially on key intercity corridors, have been a vital source of innovation, lower fares and improved customer experience. Freight operators likewise depend on fair and transparent access to the network to support economic growth, decarbonisation and supply chain resilience. The evidence considered by the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee made clear that open access operators themselves remain unconvinced that the new arrangements will protect their ability to compete on a level playing field. And the committee also heard that while assurances have been offered at a UK level, operators still fear being disadvantaged within a system in which Great British Railways becomes both the dominant operator and the main decision maker on access. And we should not underestimate the value of open access to Scotland. These services bring genuine choice to passengers and reduce pressure on taxpayer-funded operations. They also help strengthen cross-border links that matter to our economy and our communities. Any framework that risks weakening that model, whether unintentional or through lack of safeguards, is something we must approach with real caution. Similarly, on freight, Scotland has ambitious growth aspirations, but growth depends on confidence, and confidence that freight paths will be protected, that investment will be worthwhile, and that decisions affecting Scottish freight will be taken transparently and in the interest of the wider network. The bill includes duties relating to freight, but I remain unconvinced that these duties alone will offset the increased centralisation of access decisions. For these reasons, while I acknowledge the Scottish Government's satisfaction with the amendments made thus far, I do not believe that the bill in its current form provides sufficient certainty for operators, passengers or freight customers who rely on open, competitive access to our railways. So therefore, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives cannot support the motion, but we do equally recognise the technical nature of many of the provisions and the importance of continued cooperation around rail reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Colleagues, as you know, I have consistently advocated for full devolution of Scotland's railways to better integrate track and train. Unfortunately, the UK Government is not willing to pursue that change at this time. However, I made clear that Scottish ministers would not accept any reduction in our existing devolved powers and that Scotland must benefit from rail reform to the same extent as the rest of Great Britain. The bill respects those requirements, and I and my officials have had long and extensive engagement with the UK ministers and Department for Transport to secure that position for Scotland. The bill creates a new body, Great British Railways, which will operate, maintain and allocate access to rail infrastructure across the UK. GBR will also deliver passenger services that are currently the responsibility of the Secretary of State. Now, the Scottish ministers will retain current devolved responsibilities, including securing the provision of ScotRail and Caledonia sleepers and specifying and funding rail infrastructure in Scotland. The bill will introduce new provisions that will strengthen accountability for rail infrastructure in Scotland to Scottish ministers, including a new and improved infrastructure funding regime and, importantly, new powers for Scottish ministers to issue guidance and directions to GBR Rail on areas of rail outputs we specify, fund and set strategy for. The potential benefits of greater accountability over the infrastructure manager cannot be overstated. Our experience of ScotRail and Caledonia Sleeper coming into public ownership is that greater accountability to ministers results in better outcomes for passengers. Public ownership has allowed for significant benefits to passengers, such as the scrapping of peak fares. Since public ownership, ScotRail's overall passenger satisfaction is consistently among the highest across the GB at 90%, and the Scottish Train Performance Measure has ScotRail around 90%. On cancellations, ScotRail performs better than most GB operators, and for 2024-25, figures have ScotRail with around half as many cancellations as the GB average. This Government is clear in its commitment to retaining the benefits of delivering passenger services in public ownership. The bill does not change that. I support the policy intent of the bill, particularly its ambition to maximise the benefits of greater integration while respecting devolved arrangements. The Scottish Government does support open access and freight development. This LCM is about devolved responsibilities. The Scottish Ministers therefore recommend the Parliament support this motion. Passing this LCM helps us to defend the powers of this Parliament in rail. Just as for the last 27 years I have sought to defend, I have had the enormous privilege to serve. And I thank all those who have been on the journey with me, parliamentary and constituency staff, MSPs of all parties and, of course, the people of Scotland and their hopes and dreams of a Scotland that is fair and just for all, and be the country that they know it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21051 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's 6th report 2026. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion and invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak button.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. And the last few motions come before us are the final motions from my committee in order to put the Standing Orders book in its best possible state for the new session. This first one, the 6th report, relates to cross-party groups because we have been challenged this session by compliance of cross-party groups. And following a consultation, we are proposing extending the period of re-registration for cross-party groups, which will allow members to have a better understanding of what their workload is like prior to committing to CPGs. We also are proposing an introduction of limits on the number of CPGs on which an MSP can be a member or office bearer. And finally, we're introducing some new deadlines for information about CPG activities to be provided in the hopes that they can be complied with easier. The purpose behind this is to allow the CPG system to be sustainable so that both MSPs and the external stakeholders are able to benefit from the very valuable work that CPGs do. And I move the motion.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21050 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's 7th report 2026. I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons and call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. Our 7th report deals with miscellaneous and minor amendments, but particularly one proposed by the Constitution Europe External Affairs and Culture Committee, which recommended the removal of references to the EU from the standing orders because that in itself is now outdated. The other items contained in this report relate to guidance that will be published by officials. It will take effect from the start of the next session if agreed tonight, and I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21048 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's 10th report 2026. I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officers, and for those members who are particularly paying concentration, they will understand the challenge the Constitution Europe External Affairs and Culture Committee has with regard to the post-European Union landscape, and so we are suggesting an extension until the 2nd of October 2026, a temporary rule change to continue this committee's remit so that it can be looked into at the start of the next session to ensure that the committee going forward is appropriately titled and the work is appropriately defined. There are some other minor rule changes clarifying conflicting interpretation as to the location that committees can meet, and I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 20942 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee motion on the Lobbying Scotland Act 2016 modifications resolution 2026. I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer, and I sense the relief that this is the final motion I will speak to tonight, and comes under the Lobbying Scotland Act 2016, Section 15. But I will in fact take a moment to put on record my deep thanks to colleagues across this chamber who sat on the committee during this session on what was some very challenging times, but also to thank the clerks, SPICE, researchers and all who supported the committee over this session. Thank you. The purpose of the modifications in this motion is in relation to the communications clerks can give to registrants, to provide update notices and reminders, also to introduce the use of an email address rather than a postal address to ensure that information can be passed on. Members may also wish to note that updated parliamentary guidance on the Act has also been prepared, will be published by the Lobbying Register team and will be of incredible interest to all members who return in the next session. As required by the Act, Scottish ministers were consulted both on the proposed resolution and the updated guidance, and they had no comments, for which I am grateful, and I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of two Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask Graham Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move motions 21190 and 21191 on approval of SSIs.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on these motions will be put at decision time. There are 12 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 21120, in the name of Daniel Johnson, on the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill at Stage 3 be agreed, and as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division, so there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The question is that motion 21120 in the name of Daniel Johnson on the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jim Fairley for a point of order.
Sorry, President Officer, I can't get on my device. I voted yes.
Thank you. Minister, will ensure that's recorded. I call Martin Whitfield for a point of order.
My app failed to connect in time. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. Will ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 21120 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes, 121. There were no votes against. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill is passed. Thank you. The next question is that motion 21103 in the name of Ivan McKee on the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed. And as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jim Fairley for a point of order.
Apologies, President Officer. I'm having trouble with my machine. I voted yes.
Thank you, Minister. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 21103 in the name of Ivan McKee is yes, 119. There were no votes against. There was one abstention. The motion is therefore agreed and the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill is passed. The next question is that motion 21104 in the name of Jim Fairley on the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill at stage 3 be agreed. And as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 21104 in the name of Jim Fairley is yes 119. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill is passed. Thank you. The next question is that motion 21179 in the name of Angela Constance on a motion on legislative consent for the Crime and Policing Bill UK legislation be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21166 in the name of Jenny Minto on a motion on legislative consent for the Tobacco and Vapes Bill UK legislation be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21167 in the name of Graham Day on a motion on legislative consent for the Armed Forces Bill UK legislation be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21168 in the name of Fiona Hislop on a motion on legislative consent for the Railways Bill UK legislation be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 21168 in the name of Fiona Hislop is yes 91. There was one vote against. There were 28 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21051 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's 6th reports 2026 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21050 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's 7th report 2026 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21048 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointment Committee's 10th report 2026 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. And the next question is that motion 20942 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee motion on the Lobbying Scotland Act 2016 modifications resolution 2026 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. And I propose to ask a single question on 2 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects, and the question is that motions 21190 and 21191 on approval of SSIs in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motions are therefore agreed. That concludes decision time. Point of order, Paul O'Kane.
I would appreciate, Presiding Officer, your advice on how a member can correct the record where they have made an omission. My colleague Sarah Boyack, in her very fine final speech in this chamber, omitted to say that, as Minister, she was also responsible for the introduction of free bus passes for the over-60s, a policy brought in by the Labour Liberal Democrat executive at the time. And I would be very sad if that were not put on the official record for the benefit of all members.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane, for wholly abusing the point of order in the chamber while ensuring that your comments are indeed on the record. Thank you. There will be a brief pause before we move on to the next item of business.